But it's also, you know, whatever.
Sure.
I forgot to do that. I forgot to do that. I forgot to do that. You know, we're due for a new theme song. Do you think there's like an AI generator that can like, I can be like, can you remake the... Can you remake the Friday the 13th? No, the Halloween theme, but in like a polka? And have it just do that for me, and that will be the new theme?
Theoretically, I'm sure there's some
Well, I'm
program
sure you
out
could
there
like
that'll do
download it
that.
and just upload a different sound library, but I don't think it'd be as funny. I don't think it would be nearly as funny. I would only ever do that for a goof, though. Anybody else get the Friday the 13th and Halloween themes mixed up, or is it just me?
Is Halloween is dun 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 dun, dun that one, right?
Yeah, and then Friday the 13th is like the poo 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 cha 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 cha.
I don't know. I've never heard that one in my life.
I think that's it, right, Alex?
I don't know the Friday the 13th one off the top of my head.
I'm pretty sure. Okay, well, if no one can deny it, that's probably right.
This is only.
Well, I don't know. I don't know the one that's not the da 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 that one off the top of my head. That's John Carpenter, which is
Halloween.
Yes, Halloween.
Yeah. It's wild that John Carpenter is.
I was at this frou-frou, like, I don't know, Trader Joe's type store somewhere downtown in Houston, and like over the radio they just started playing the X-Files theme, like just as a song.
That's iconic.
Yeah, I was just like, this is a very unsettling grocery shopping experience right now. You're trying to tell me.
Oh god, that opening sequence used to terrify me as a child.
Oh. The only thing that used to terrify... Like, I didn't watch that show as a kid, but I rewatched the whole... I watched, like, the whole series, like, 8 or 9 years ago or something.
Same.
Oh, it was so good.
Yes.
Got weird at the end, but, you know...
Yes.
The biggest problem is fucking... What's-his-face? Chris... Not Chris Carpenter. That's a Major League Baseball pitcher for the St. Louis Cardinals who retired a few years ago. Chris Carter? That sounds right. Doesn't know how to write an overarching plotline to save his life, unfortunately. Fun fact, that's how Bryan Cranston ended up playing Walter White, because he played a crazy, desperate guy in X-Files.
Yep.
Remember that pelican and that guy said that's a big bird?
Excuse me? I mean, pelicans are big birds.
If you're around after the session and Alex remembers to remind me, I'll send it to you. It's a baseball thing that Alex liked, which is very funny. Because it had nothing to do with baseball. That's what makes it so good. Speaking of things that have nothing to do with baseball...
I hope not.
Yes.
There's a seg. The ultimate seg into the recap. I would say on average, real quick, what sport is most like an RPG?
Sport is most like an RPG?
Please don't answer that. That's a conversation no one wants to have.
Honestly, I'd have to go either football or baseball.
I think I'd have to say baseball, but I'm gonna have to keep thinking about it.
Soccer is a lot like Dungeon World. Baseball is a lot like 5th edition D&D, where there's a rule for everything, but every league has different homebrew rules.
Yeah.
And then we just keep going like that until I fucking jump out a window for how long that joke went on for. Wait, let me try it again. After leaving the lovely city of Fortuny Sol, dealing with a near mutiny and a murder aboard a merchant/fishing vessel, and hopefully making some friends that will probably not be that relevant when none of them have a job. You reached the borders of Vacania, where a very sick Rowan was able to get some locally sourced treatment that did not require a proverbial arm or leg. You spent a little while, got into some hijinks, if you will, and Cassie had a bit of a mental breakdown. The unfortunate reality of what's going on, the stresses of the journey, and the number of things that seem like they are going wrong seems to be compiling even when they go good. But eventually, after a night of rest, you made your way up the Bellejour River and tried to go to Puntamen when the bridge was blockaded off, and apparently they were on the hunt for people who may have been working with the poor Robins. They were less than forthcoming about exactly what they were looking for, only that there seemed to be some fugitives, lawbreakers, criminals, smugglers, something that they could not allow to leave. And it seemed like it was a hard lockdown of the borders until this culprit was caught. So, resigning yourselves to days or even weeks south of the Bellejour, sitting here doing nothing, you were approached by multiple people, giving you many an avenue to possibly escape. Perhaps even get across by less illegal means, but the idea of just going further downriver, finding a boat, stealing it, and going across just didn't occur to you quite as much as listening to these insane fucking drunk people scream about how they will definitely get across, and, well, a lot of stress by these merchants who had nothing else going on in their life. But that's okay, because a lovely gentleman by the name of Ozzy was there to help with these uncomfortable moments, and Mr. Osmond McBrennan said that he would be able to help. He would be able to get you across, but there would probably be, you know, a bit of an issue. At least, he said so in as many words, and many more within his own head. But unfortunately, he seemed to already have a plan of his own, and the next morning, his plan went into action, and half a dozen dead guards and 2 dead brights, 1 dead bright later, he was across the bridge and already making his way through Puntamen as quickly as possible. The regent-elect, Mr. Gauthier, was more than willing to grant you special permissions to hunt this man down for his crimes, and you were none too keen to say no to it. So you crossed the bridge, loaded up on what supplies you would need, meager as they were, and quickly hoped that with the no more than hour and a half head start he had, you would hopefully be able to, if not catch up, at least stay on his tail enough that you could keep his trail. So as you headed out north from Puntamen in the very beginnings of the afternoon, maybe noon at the latest, it's 6, 7, maybe 8 hours most to Dole Sari and the next leg of your journey. So you are all heading north, and I would ask unto you all. Rowan, Strieg, Frey, Garrett, Mira, with allies by your sides, your journey, this leg into the heart of Vacania has begun. What are you guys doing?
Riding as hard as possible, I guess.
Yeah, we're
riding as hard as possible on poor Henrietta?
Yeah, we didn't get horses.
Oh yeah, we don't have horses.
Yes, yeah.
Well,
Tally ho, head north.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess we can't afford horses from what we heard last time, so...
Yeah, horses are unfortunately very expensive and also rare.
Yeah.
They are probably going to come down in price in the next couple of decades, as many more of them are coming of age and breeding again, but that initial exponential boom takes a while.
Yeah.
Well, at the very least, even if we can't catch up to him, we at least know where he's going.
Yes.
Yes, good point.
Do you remember the name of the person he said that he was after, or he thought he was after?
I can tell you, I think. Let me find it, hopefully.
Should probably write that down.
Maybe not. Did I not write it down?
Thought he wasn't after someone right now.
He was after someone for himself. He's not on a bounty, but he's trying
not. He's on a job.
Who betrayed
someone
him.
crossed him.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think I wrote it down. Do you have that name, Robert?
Oh, me. I don't know. I feel like I never take notes. It was Rachel Blakely.
Okay.
Write it down. Write it down.
I will, I'll put it here so it is also in the recording.
Okay. Well. Yeah, so I guess that is where we are. Oh, should we, like, send her a letter? Because, like, we're behind him, and he's trying to go kill her, from what I remember.
We don't know where to address it to.
I mean, she could be really bad too. I'm just saying we don't know jack shit about her.
Right.
I mean, we could always kill her ourselves if she's bad, but, like, allowing this guy to go kill her is not, like... I'm not saying we will. I'm just saying, like saving her is not, like... It's I think it's good even if she is bad.
I'm not good at math, but I don't think this adds up.
I'm just saying that, like, I don't know. Like, we know he's bad. You know, he did just kill, like, half a dozen people. So being like, well, maybe she's bad too doesn't feel... I mean, like, it sounds like we can't send her a letter anyway, so maybe it doesn't matter, but, you know.
I mean,
I don't know if that's the logic I would use.
You have her name.
Can we send... Do we need anything else, or do we just... Can we just be like... Hey, take this to Rachel Blakely.
So, in towns, it's pretty easy because generally, like, whoever handles the mail kind of knows everybody. Or if someone's expecting something, they can go to a location. Sometimes it's going to be, like, a specific mail carrier. Sometimes it'll be, like, a guardhouse or something, depending on the location and how big it is. But, like, if you sent something to Leshka and you just had a name on it, they would immediately know who it's going to.
But this is the equivalent.
If she is in Artavishta, it's a pretty tough ask, but I mean, you can try.
Yeah, that's the equivalent of, like, sending a letter to New York City with someone's name on it. And that's it for addressing.
Oh, also, she does, it sounds like, work with the poor Robin, so maybe we will put up some red flags if we try to send her a letter.
Yeah,
so
as I said, betrayed Osmond McBrennan and allegedly works with the poor Robins, according to McBrennan.
Yeah. These are all bad people, it sounds like. Great. All right, well, let's just go then. I mean, also, but, like, on a self-serving level, the one thing we know about what he's doing in Artavishta is that he is going to go after her. As long as she's alive, he'll probably stay there, you know? Like, if he gets there before us and kills her, he might just be in the wind.
But I don't think he would necessarily. First of all, he, no one up there is going to know he did it, or even hear about this probably, or any. You know what I mean? Like they all they have is a vague description of him that we gave.
Yeah.
And he's currently very well disguised.
Well, but I'm just saying, like, Rashiel can like go into hiding or whatever, at least until we get there. I mean, maybe it won't be successful, but if she doesn't even know to hide, then she definitely is not going to be hiding.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, like, would you trust a random letter that says, "Hey, you need to hide. This dude's coming to try to kill you"?
Yeah, but I'm usually hiding anyway.
Fair
point.
enough.
I would be like, you don't have to tell me twice. Also, if this person is working with like the terrorist organization, then probably they'll believe that somebody's coming to kill them.
Well, that makes it a whole other thing. If we're sending a letter to someone who's part of a terrorist organization, that's not going to look good on us.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. I don't know. It just feels like we're having two different conversations here, because it's like we need to catch the murderer and keep him from killing somebody else. And we're like, yeah, but like it might be a little awkward if people are like, why are you messaging her? It's like the stakes are pretty high. You know what? You guys, I'll leave it up to you guys. It sounds like I'm being outvoted, so that's fine.
I'm just saying, like, we don't have any address or contact information outside of her name.
Which might not be her name.
Which might not even be the name that anyone would know her by. That might be the name that he knows her by. She might go by something else in public, you know what I mean?
Pseudonym. Yeah, I mean, if someone is hunting you to kill you, having a pseudonym is probably a good idea.
Like, okay, we don't have to send the letter, but just, I do feel the need to say that I feel like I'm making a lot of very concrete points that's like, hey, this guy is going to go kill her, and you guys are all like, yeah, but what if that's not her real name, and what if people get mad at us? It's like, okay, we're talking about like hypothetical possibilities versus actual real concrete facts, so, if you guys want to...
No one's stopping you from sending a letter.
If you'd like, you could ask me.
Yes, please.
All right. Well, I suppose. And just to clarify, when I say ask me, I don't mean ask me my opinion. I mean, I could read
Yeah,
where this might go.
Yeah, that'd be great. Okay, yes, let's do that. I would like to know your opinion also, but yeah, sure, that's useful.
All right. Well, I suppose when we make camp then.
Yeah, sure, that sounds good.
Or when we reach the next town, which sounds like we'll be able to do that before nightfall.
Yeah.
I don't know how much you want to push all of us.
I will leave that up to... I mean, I want to go as much as we can, but I'll leave that up to Garrett. Garrett's the one who knows this stuff, so...
Yeah, no, we can push hard. We're gonna probably want to go a little bit longer after sundown to try to make up some... Well, maybe not sundown, but like close to sunset, to make up some time here. For the most part, I would have said that these roads should be fairly safe, but with everything that's been going on, apparently they're not as safe as they were when I left.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, whenever we might stop, I'll need time to be able to see what there is to see.
Yeah. Amazing.
All right. So, are you guys going to be stopping on your journey to Dole Sari, or are you trying to make it there all without a break? You're looking at about a 6 or 7 hour journey.
I mean, we would probably, I think, like, slow down to have, like, a walking lunch, I guess, unless anyone else really wants to sit down for lunch. But I think pushing it through would probably be the best situation.
Yeah.
I mean, we have the cart, right? Frey can take breaks.
Oh yeah, Frey is going to be riding in that cart. He probably already is for that entire conversation.
Frey's just sitting cross-legged, like, sipping on a drink. Like, yes, I can help with this. Everyone else is forced to, like, walk while they're consulting in the meeting.
Wait, if Frey's in the cart the whole
I
time,
love
can
this
Frey do
aesthetic.
the thing in the cart?
I suppose he could try. The ride might be a little bumpy. It might be a little distracting.
I mean, it's up to you. I won't tell you how to do your business, but...
Well, I appreciate the thought and the and I understand the desire to multitask, but I do think stopping would be for the best.
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
So we truck through.
Yeah.
All right. The consideration of a lovely wagon ritual falls away, and you continue pressing onward. Garrett, are you keeping your eyes peeled as usual?
Yes, that would be my traditional stance on it.
Yep. Heading out up front and wayfinding for everyone else. Give me an int notice. Or I'm sorry, wisdom notice.
Notice. Okay. Also, I just want to point out, somehow Frey's character sheet is in my party tab.
Oh, wacky.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've been able to see yours forever.
Yeah. I think that's been happening since we had that scene where we were both...
where I was trying to make sure
in
everyone could
alley.
see. That was it.
Yeah. Sorry, you said wisdom notice?
Yeah. God damn! Garrett's home and he knows what to look for, apparently. Garrett separates a solid 100+ probably more feet away from the rest of the group, and you keep your eyes and ears peeled ahead of you for anything strange, unusual, or otherwise untoward. The hours begin to tick by. If there's, of course, anything else that anyone wishes to do during your journey, feel free to interject, but as it stands, it is a meandering journey on a road that sometimes comes right up against the Belle Jour, other times goes a mile or two inland, maybe a bit more. Eventually, when you're most of the way there, you start to see the occasional abandoned or destroyed farmhouse from the Black Sun that hasn't been reclaimed yet. There's almost nostalgia to it. These tilled fields that were once bustling with grain and all manner of just lovely, exuberant, excessive amounts of growth that are now just overgrown with grass and weeds and anything else. And after a couple of those, it is getting close to sundown. You're probably no more than, it's probably 5, 6 o'clock, so the sun is beginning to set. And Garrett, as you do, staying well ahead of everyone else and keeping your eyes and ears peeled, you do notice what seems like movement, torchlight or lantern light or something coming from one of these abandoned farmhouses.
All right, I will relay this back to everyone, probably through the earring, so I don't have to yell it. Is this something we want to investigate? It could be some of those poor robins, or it could be our any clues about our guy we're after.
Yeah, I guess so. If we think we might get info, we're like, I don't think we're gonna catch up to him on speed, so anything we can find out would probably be helpful.
Right. I will try to slowly approach first, and if you guys want to take a slightly further back, because we don't know what the heck's going on here. There's some lights up there, but may or may not be less than friendly.
Yeah. Wait, Robert, one question. So obviously I don't get my True Disguise spell slot back, but does True Disguise have to be one of the spells I still prepare every day? Or can I switch that to something else tomorrow?
Nowhere in the spell does it say it needs to be prepared for it to be active, just that you don't get the spell slot back while it's active, so...
Cool. Just making sure.
The idea of Rowan not having True Disguise prepared is wild to me.
Yeah. I think it's also like, well, this guy's disguising himself as me, so I feel like my disguises are probably going to be not that helpful. It's like extra bad if somebody else looks like you and you don't.
All right, so you are investigating then, Garrett?
Yes.
You bringing anyone with you?
Not immediate with me, but I think they would follow behind a little bit as I requested.
Yeah, Freya would have gotten out of the wagon at the very least and would hang back with the others. Did you say it looked like there was like firelight?
Yeah, some kind of firelight, like the movement of like a torch, or like you saw it like on Garrett saw it on like the window of like one of the abandoned farmhouses, like a torch or a lantern, some sort of firelight moving around in an obviously abandoned farmhouse.
Okay. Would you say that this is within... What is 30 times 4?
120?
I'm good at math. Yes. Would you say this is within 120 feet?
You'd have to approach. It's not within 120 feet of the...
Okay.
Yeah. I'll tell you, like, Garrett was not noticed in that one less than 12, so... Yeah,
all right.
Miracle that Garrett noticed it.
In that case, whenever Frey starts approaching and he gets within that 120 feet, I'd like to do something.
Okay.
He has a new spell, but he does not know he has a new spell yet, so I'm gonna have him figure it out now.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Right. As you begin approaching, I assume the non-player friends are going to be staying back with Henrietta.
Yeah,
Sure.
sounds good.
Yeah.
If at any point you guys need them to do anything, you can ask. I'm just also not trying to take your player agency away when you're deciding on what to do. So, Garrett, you approach first. Frey, is everyone else heading over there?
At a distance.
Yeah.
The rest of you probably 30, 40 feet behind, I guess. Garrett, as you're approaching the overgrown, desired dirt path that once led to the main entryway of the farmhouse, behind you, the rest of your allies are slowly creeping up. Frey, you get to about 120 feet away from the heart of the farmhouse.
Okay, so I think at this point his step's still, and he kind of is like his eyes are fixated on that light. And standing there, I imagine he's been walking with like Mira and Rohan and Strieg, but he would stop in his tracks at that point and kind of like drift off the way he sometimes does when he is doing his thing. And I'd like to use my flame scrying spell.
Okay.
Name. Jesus.
Which is
Flame
this.
scrying.
I've become aware of the approximate locations of all open flames within 30 feet per caster level, and I can choose one of these flames as a focus for scrying, allowing me to see and hear everything around the flame as if I were there.
Holy
And
shit!
It lasts as
Wow.
long as I remain motionlessly focusing on it.
So, as you guys are walking, since Garrett's a little bit further ahead, Garrett, do you have a light set up?
You
You would be beyond Rowan's LEDs.
like how dark is it out? I would probably have to have a light.
It's like sunset-ish right now, so like it would be more like preparation for going inside where it's probably gonna be pitch black. If you did have it lit, I'm not sure when Garrett would light it though.
That's a good question. So I wouldn't, if I had a light, I would not have noticed it because that would not have been visible. So if we're going up to the place that has light inside it, I probably would not have a light on.
All right. So in that case, Frey, there are two flames. You kind of like, as you guys are walking, Frey just kind of freezes, and Frey, everything kind of just goes, just grayscale, just monochrome, and you see these two faint flames. One very small, almost unnoticeable, little more than a dot in your vision, coming from the farmhouse. Another one a little bit larger and just kind of moving around a little bit.
Is that larger one also from the farmhouse?
They're both from the farmhouse, yeah. The
Okay.
smaller one is not moving.
Okay, I think Frey would first be drawn to the larger one.
All right. You do so, and your vision goes black, just utter darkness. And all of a sudden, everything has this just dark orange hue on it. And you can feel heat around you for a moment, and it begins to dissipate as you almost get used to it, from where your entire body temperature felt like it was rising and then not. The smattering of flames in your vision give way to you're looking out from a glass encircled lantern. You can see around you what looks like a decrepit farmhouse. Much of the furniture shoved to the sides. A young man, no more than mid to late 20s, very dirty, disheveled hair, messy beard. Not big by any means, but just messy, kind of long stubble. You can see he's got his shirt is mostly undone, giving him a V-neck almost halfway down his chest. And you can see these very intricate tattoos going from his chest all the way up to his neck. He is frantically moving around looking for something.
Okay. I think Frey would... His eyes have kind of rolled back at this point. You can just see the whites of them. And he just says, The man inside, he's frantic, anxious.
I think to Garrett to stop for a minute. Do the earring. And like relay this to him.
Okay. There's only 2 people inside.
Yeah. I was gonna ask Frey something, but you can't hear me actually, so.
All right. So, given what you've had from your description, do you guys think we should keep going in here, or is this just a couple of people laying low for the night?
I think we should go in personally, but maybe don't walk in alone, I guess.
Okay. Well, why don't the rest of you come up, and then I'll knock on the door and do this proper, like.
Sure. I think I'll like put my hand on like Frey's arm or something just to see if like you're ready to keep going, or you like want to stay here, keep looking, or
Frey definitely. He definitely feels a little distracted,
yeah.
a little confused. Just he's bringing me around, back and forth. It's warm. And I think at this point, I'd like to switch over to the smaller light.
The smaller one is, it looks like at the entryway of a basement. You can see the thick double doors on the side, and it is a small bullseye lantern that... Oh boy, oh, that's gotta be... Ooh, I need to look up the exact specifics of a bullseye lantern really quick to see if you're able to see in 300. You are not! So you can only see in one direction because the flame is inside it.
Oh, interesting.
Oh,
Yep,
it is...
And the other ways are blocked.
Oh. I had to look up exactly how they work. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, because like a bullseye lantern is like a old-timey flashlight, and that is how it works. So, all around you in this one is darkness. It is a very meager flame that obviously needs more oil. The direction is pointed in. You can see a bedroll, a pile of pillows, what looks like bandages that are of dried blood on them, what looks like wash tub full of murky water. Can't make out much else though. It is a basement and it is very dark, and all you have is the meager flame of this bullseye lantern.
Okay. Can you hear anything?
You can hear the frantic footsteps of a man above you.
Okay. So I think at this point, Frey kind of draws in a shaky breath, says, "It's tight in here, dark, and there's. I think someone might be injured. I see bloody rags."
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, this sounds pretty normal for us, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
You guys just found a hideout from the future of you guys. It's just Streak in like 5 years when he's the last survivor.
Oh, come on. It's going to be Mira, because Mira's like part robot and can't actually die.
No, Mira went back to her home world.
Okay. I mean, I guess I'm gonna walk up to join Garrett and yeah, I don't know, get ready to approach the door. Maybe like look back at the others, see if they're gonna join us.
Freya's just standing there still.
So, all right. Well, I will knock on the door.
All right, you knock on the door.
In a polite manner, not like a "this is the police, open up."
Okay,
Kinda.
so who's going? Is Garrett alone and everyone else is staying with Frey? How's this going?
I'm with him too.
Okay.
Yeah. We got the squishy guy and the slightly less squishy guy, but whose whole point is ranged combat.
I could go to stand in front of you.
You guys need like a you just need like a really tight like belt, and then you can just hold Mira like a shield when you fight.
Okay. All right.
She can be like a tower shield. You like lift her up and slam her down, and she gets stuck in the ground. And then Garrett can use her as cover to shoot from behind. I'm sorry, I got distracted.
Yeah.
Anyway, so with that, you knock, and Frey, are you jumping between the flames? Are you staying at the small bullseye lantern?
I think he is definitely kind of switching back and forth, trying to figure out how this whole thing is working and trying to get a sense of himself at the same time.
It is very strange that your sense of feeling, you could still feel the hard-packed dirt with grass beneath your boots, but you can't smell it, you can't smell the dirt, you can't hear it. All of your senses are... all of your audio-visual senses are so taken, but your physical sense of touch is still so very there that you genuinely feel like you are having a two places at once out-of-body experience. And, you can see the man still frantically looking around. He seems concerned, looking more closely at him when you are on his lantern. He has some scars, some wounds, he looks rough. Like, it's like at first you thought it was just all like tattoos even on his face, but the closer you look, it looks like old scars that didn't heal right and just kind of became very calloused and dark.
Are there any like fresh wounds?
Give me a int notice.
All right.
You can't make it out. You were a little... Wow, Frey did a bad. I'm so proud of him. You cannot make out. There's just so much. Like, you can barely make out the difference between, like, thick... Frey's probably seen some people with some nice... These are not high quality. Like, these tattoos look rough as well. Like, some of them are just lines. Some of them look more like sigils of arcane. You can't really make it out. It's all very strange. But it all looks rough. The line work's not good. It's shaky.
All right.
But yeah, as you hear Garrett knocking, there's like a shake, and you almost feel yourself falling for a second before the man catches himself and just... and he begins running back down to the basement. Not running, quietly walking down, like, quickly, but with as much stealth as he can back down to the basement.
Okay.
Just normal stuff.
Frey is just going to say, he's running. Hiding, I think.
Frey says to
whoever
I will have
hear
stayed
him.
back with.
Shriek-
I will have stayed back with him.
Maybe we should
I
have left
wouldn't have
Rohan
left
back
him
with
standing
Frey.
in the dark.
Ray talking out loud to the air, not knowing everyone is alive.
Oh,
No,
Streak,
no.
Streak's like, I don't know what to do with this information.
Yes, so Streak, you know that this person is running, possibly hiding.
Okay. Good to know. He will kind of just like tap Frey twice to be like, okay, got it.
Ooh, this is nice. We got to come up with some signals for how to talk to Frey when he can't see or hear us.
I think
I have no clue what's going on, but
I think when Streak does that, Frey will startle a bit, stumble back, and he is going to be pulled out of the spell.
Yay.
And you look around, and even though it has been no more than a few minutes, everything just feels different again after looking at the world through the eyes of fire. Everyone is gone from where they were standing. Streak is just next to you, I imagine, with a hand out still from where it tapped on your shoulder. It's
correct.
very
Oh, yeah.
strange.
Oh yes, in fact, Frey does not just stumble back; he trips over himself, and he just humble.
Are you good? Should I get Garrett?
No, I'm okay. I'm okay. I just I wasn't expecting that. I think I think that just happened. That was real.
I don't know what happened, but yes, this is real.
Well, that's a relief at least.
Do you want to go join the others, or do you want to just like hang out here for a second?
Oh, they've all gone ahead. Yes, let's catch up. And Frey will pull himself to his feet, looking a little sheepish, a little disoriented.
Dirt all over his hands from where he caught himself falling. Oh.
And I guess we go join the others at the door.
Yeah. Just fill us in on what he just witnessed.
Yeah, I think as he's approaching, he'll keep his voice low, and if what I saw was real, then that fellow heard your knock, and he's running for the basement. I think he's hiding down there.
How did you see that?
Through the fire, I think. I don't know. I was
Wow.
walking, and then I was there, and
Okay. That's cool. That's interesting. All right.
Frey can see through fires now. Interesting. That will definitely come in handy.
Yeah. Well, this guy ran and hid in the basement. Is that a cause for us to go after him, or a cause for us to leave him alone?
Well, the problem is once someone starts to run and hide like that, you're backing them into a corner, and as I'm sure you guys know, once you're backed into a corner, it's a lot easier to start lashing out before anything else. So it just got more dangerous going in there.
I'm very durable.
That's true.
Mira like sort of flexes, and she's like kind of joking, but kind of not joking.
And if I may, you're not very intimidating to look at. No offense.
That is true.
You're not wrong.
You know, when somebody runs from me, I usually want to know why. So, personally, I would like to go in, and I trust Mira to keep us safe.
I am a bit resistant to magic, too. I don't know if you knew that.
Again, a totally normal thing to say.
Come up a time or two.
Yeah, I do remember you absorbing a dragon blast when we were in that one cave, so I had guessed, but that is good to have confirmed.
I'm not really sure why, but she shrugs.
Okay.
So everyone follows Mira then?
Yeah.
Right, lead the way.
Sure.
All right.
I will go.
You're opening the front door?
Yeah.
It is locked.
Well, the thing about doors is...
More specifically, like, the handle turns, it just seems like it's barred from the other side.
Again, that's not much of a problem for our
Punch it,
friend Mira.
punch it, punch it!
Yeah, I can punch a door down. I will do that thing.
Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see if there's anything else I might want to use.
Can we try? Oh wait, you said it was barred.
What's it called for?
Yeah, like, the handle's, like, turning, and there's not, like, any obvious, like, deadbolt that's holding it. It just seems like when you start to push it, like, there's, you know, something barring it from the inside.
Could we, like, stick something through the, like, through the gap in the door or whatever and try to, like, you know...
It would have to be pretty
Knock
thin, but
thing
you
out.
could.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, maybe we should try something else before I shatter the fucking door.
Yeah.
How thin are we talking here?
Like, quarter inch, maybe, if that.
Would we be able to go in through like one of the windows?
You could easily jump through a window to go in.
Okay. I mean, let's just...
Maybe we should do that instead.
Yeah.
Sure, let's look for the closest window.
I mean, there's a window on the porch here, just to the left of the door.
Great.
Is it openable?
You try, and it seems stuck. Like, it probably hasn't been moved in the better part of 2 decades. I mean, you can try if you want. If you want to try, you can give me a. I'm gonna go with a Dex Exert to try and shimmy it without smashing.
I'll try.
You you get it open about 8 or 9 inches maybe, and at that point you just see as this big crack forms. It just up the side of the window.
We could send someone small in there to open the door.
Hey, it's a good thing we got a skinny guy.
All right, skinny guy, you're up.
Can I climb through the window?
You might need to take your decorative crossbows off, but
I
we
was
can
gonna say,
hand
is
those to
Shrink a
you once you get
cat?
inside.
Is there a rule of if its head can fit through, the rest of his body can too?
Yes.
Honestly, I would believe it.
Sprig has a very cat-like personality.
Absolutely.
I will reluctantly take off my decorative crossbows and hand them to Garrett.
I will hold on to those as if my life depended on it.
You better.
All right. Give me a. Give me a dex sneak. Trying to shimmy through here. You just about get through, and you're like shimmying it. You can see, like, the rest of you can see the crack growing little by little as Streak's getting further in, and maybe he's getting some muscle, but like he starts to like shift, and like his chest kind of like bumps in a little bit, and his shoulders are kind of like, as he's trying to pivot to catch himself so he doesn't fall onto the floor, he's like trying to contort his body, and finally you start to slide and you land, but as you do, your boot does like kick up as you're sliding down the rest of the way and hit the window, and it up, and like you see a piece of glass just kind of like crack out and then fall back towards you and just make a slight just sound as it hits and breaks into about 6 more pieces on the ground next to you.
I freeze. Do I hear anything?
Give me a wisdom notice.
It's magic, not notice.
You freeze and listen, and nothing.
Alright. I slowly and quietly get up. Can I see what's blocking the door?
It looks like there are 4 planks hammered by nails across the door frame.
Before you get too far ahead, I will hand the crossbows in through the window to you so that you have your crossbows.
Crossbows, known as great self-defense in close quarters.
Keep one out and ready.
Doesn't Streak have the ability to use a crossbow in close quarters?
No.
I thought he had that feat. Or focus, or whatever they're called.
No.
Oh.
I have other weapons. But anyway, I will relay back to them through the window that the door is hammered shut and what the game plan is.
Does anyone have a crowbar, or do we want to just kick the door open?
I think we kick the door open.
Do you want to just call down like, hey, we just here to talk, kick doors open?
You haven't said anything. You just knocked on the door, and now you're breaking in.
I mean, for all we know, there's nobody here.
Should
Well,
I
we saw
say
the
hi?
lights. Yeah, just call out like, hello, is anyone here? We just have a couple questions about someone who may or may not have passed.
I mean, you're standing at an open window, and I think your voice sounds friendlier than mine, so you should do it.
Alright, I will repeat that louder. I will repeat that call louder. That we're looking for some guy who would have come by with 2 horses, wondering if anyone was here and if they saw anything like that.
There is no response.
Could try and find a hammer, I guess.
We have a hammer. Her name's Mira. What are we doing?
Traumatizing whoever's in here.
Look, the fact that Frey can see through fire now is like amazing, but hypothetically, we could just not know that anyone's in here.
That is true.
We tried to make nice.
If I look around this room that I'm currently standing in and kind of poke my head through some doorways, does it look like someone lives here?
It looks like you can still see where, like, it's got the same sort of vibes as, like, as the dregs, especially, like, the outermost portions, where it looks like it was quickly abandoned and possibly looted in a hurry a long time ago, but just looking around, you would expect more, like, dust and decay. Instead, there's obvious signs of boot prints moving around. You can see where it looks like those floorboards were pulled up from a bedroom, and then the nails were reused to hammer it across the doorway. Like, it looks like you can't really estimate how long ago, but given that there's no dust on any of this, like, I don't know, give me a into it.
Oh boy.
See how well Frey can put together the scene. Or,
Well, Frey can put it together real well.
Sorry, Street can put together the scene. I had Frey's sheet open because I was looking at something. Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, all you can tell is that someone has been fucking around in here recently. You can't tell, like, there's no evidence, at least for you, that anyone's been living here. It looks like all the furniture is shoved into corners. Everything looks like it's just so you can move around quickly. Nothing is set up as it would be for living.
So the only sign that someone's been here recently is the one flame that was in the living room, I think you said?
Also, sometime there's a lack of, you know, lots of dirt and dust on some of the stuff. There's evidence of footprints, and obviously, somewhat recently, someone hammered a bunch of planks across the door to keep it shut.
Well, yeah, that. I don't know, it's up to you guys if you want to break the door down.
I love that Street spends 5 minutes examining, then just comes back to the window like a fucking McDonald's guy. Well, I looked into it. It's up to you.
Sorry, machine's broke.
Intuit machine's down. You want a replacement? Oh.
I'll leave it up to Mira. She's the one who's gonna have to do it anyway. So.
I mean, I'm just gonna throw this out here. I feel like we may or may not be unnecessarily traumatizing this individual.
Based on what Frey saw, this individual is definitely already traumatized, so, you know.
If you're about to send me to go trauma bond with another person, I swear to God.
Strig is like the resident emotional support animal.
Hurt people, okay?
Well, I could try
oh my-
to, I could try to pop the door without shattering it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I think I could maybe do that?
Based on the description, the fact that someone hammered it like 4 hefty planks across it, I mean, no.
Okay, I'll just do the thing then.
Do the thing.
After considering for a moment, you then just focus for a second, and you all watch as Mira just focuses, sits there, and deep breath. How does Mira get through the door, Alex? Please take it away.
She, like, does a, like, shoulder tackle against it, and it just blows open.
Oh, with with an explosive force, just body checks with her shoulder, and the door splinters into about 4 pieces. 2 of the planks break. One of them goes flying across the room, just tearing across the floor until one of the nails that came out gets stuck into the floor, and the 4th one comes off one side and just swings harmlessly around the other. There is no front door to this poor townhouse, this poor farmhouse anymore.
Frey definitely flinches when the door just,
Ceases to
gives
be.
out. Yes.
Stop resisting.
When is a door not a door?
Oh
when
my
Mira
God.
is done with it?
Let me in.
Dave, that was a dark joke. Damn.
I'm sorry.
No, I loved it.
So,
This
What are you
is
guys
your
doing?
state mandated welfare check. We're coming in.
It might be a bit hard now to convince him we mean no harm.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about.
I mean,
you
I don't
begin
know
to
that
hear
we mean no harm.
You begin to
That's
hear
the
a
question.
scraping sound. Something scraping against wood coming from downstairs.
Alright, well, let's head towards the basement.
Yeah, let's go.
Alright. You head down towards the basement. What is your marching order going down the basement?
I
Me
would
first.
recommend Mira going first. I will follow behind Mira.
Hate when you ask questions like that. I'll be behind Garrett, I guess.
I will recommend that Frey might want to stay up here for a minute.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Freya's gonna stay up here.
And
It
then
didn't seem
I will
like-
take the tail.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he was only able to see like one sliver of the basement anyway.
Mira, you begin heading down the stairs. I would like you to give me, since you are going first, a evasion save.
Okay.
Whew. You start heading down the stairs slowly and carefully. Are you rushing down or going down slowly?
Carefully.
Carefully, all right. And when you get to the 5th stair, you start to press on it, and it immediately gives way, and you, like, catch yourself on the very flimsy railing going down these stairs, and, like, your leg, you can see, is maybe a foot and a half down. It looks like it was like, whatever was below that stair was just removed, and you can see where there are what look like a bunch of kitchen knives or something about a foot and a half below where your foot is.
Shit.
Ooh. There's a trap here. The step is. There's knives under the step. So, be careful.
Thank you for the heads up. We will do our best to
Absolutely.
not step on them.
Are you okay? You
Oh,
didn't step
yeah,
on them,
I'm fine.
right? Okay,
I'm fine.
Good.
I didn't. I cut myself.
Oh,
You cut yourself, or you did not
Cut.
cut yourself? Oh, you caught.
I cut myself.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
I
okay.
get confused by that too for a second.
Okay. That's good to hear.
She pulls herself up, and you can see, like, the edge of a rusted out, like, butcher's
Yeah.
knife sticking out of the bottom of her boot.
Yeah, it's fine. We're good.
Yeah, she cut that by the hair of her fucking just. Ugh. Skin of her teeth, a hair more, and your foot's getting impaled. And you continue to head down the basement. You can't make out a lot. Like, essentially, like, this goes down, and it looks like it turns right into the majority of the basement. You take each step a little more carefully, but it doesn't seem there are any more traps At least not on the stairs. You make your way to the bottom. And you see a large circular sigil in front of you, about 10 feet in diameter. It looks like it was carved with a knife into the wooden floor of this basement. You can see it has some flourishes to it, but it is fairly basic. It seems to be some kind of arcane sigil.
Do I recognize it?
Are you, like, passing Mira to get down to the floor so you can?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a int magic. It is some kind of... It is definitely something that could be activated somehow. That is all you can really tell. It is very dark in here. With your light, you can see, but it is not well made. It's not very deep. It looks like it was made in a rush.
And there's nobody down
scratching
here.
noise we just heard.
It may have been. So beyond the sigil, which you would have to pass over to get to the rest of the basement, there is what looks like a large set of shelves that kind of cut the basement in half, much like how a couch can divide a living room in half, but with a little bit more vision blocking. The shelf looks like... The large set of shelves has what looks like old farming tools and things on it. There's a couple of crates on the bottom level. You can't make out exactly what's on them, but it just looks like old farming supplies.
So the like shelves are blocking our vision to that part of the room.
Yeah, so you can't see all the way to the other side.
Sure. Yeah, I'll walk forward and see if there's a person there.
All right,
I'll try to be quiet so that.
So that does mean you are going to have to cross the sigil.
Yeah.
Oh right. It's like etched into
the wood. Yes, the wood of the basement floor.
Okay. I'll cross it. I'm assuming it's not something that will be activated accidentally, but you know, who knows, I guess.
All right. So, Rowan, you walk forward first.
Yeah. Unless someone stops me, like I'm gonna go.
Are you sure we want to cross this?
I would like to know if there's somebody in here, personally.
I could go
I think.
first.
Okay. Okay, if you want to go first.
It me. I go first.
All right.
Well, I have the light is the thing, so.
I can see.
Okay. Oh, okay. Great.
Interesting.
Well,
Jesus.
she would
Really?
still be able to see because your light goes out to 30 feet, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's not going to go behind the shelf that we're trying to look behind.
It goes out in a radius around you. It illuminates everything, or does it?
Oh, I
Not.
guess that's true. It's sourceless, right? You're right. I think that's right. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I
it
guess
is sourceless, so it is just a 30-foot light.
Okay,
Yeah.
amazing. Perfect. You're right. Okay, I take it all back. Mira, you can go.
All right, Mira,
I'm going.
you start walking, and immediately, as you put one foot into the sigil, it lights up with a silvery blue light all at once, and you take 16 damage.
I'm so glad that wasn't me.
Is that reduced by anything? Did Mira just die?
No!
No, I mean she
Mira
has
just
23
takes 8
hit points
damage
anyway.
instead.
Oh, spell shield.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And
Do I have
also,
anything
I'm going to
else?
need you to make a physical save for me.
Let me see if I have anything else. I don't think I do.
I mean, I would be dead if that was me right now.
Yeah, same.
Let's see. You and all allies within 20 feet gain a +2 bonus to all saving throws against magical effects. That's the only other thing I have, so I'll just
Well,
remember that.
got
What kind of
that would
save?
be-
is
you'd
it
get
for?
a- yeah,
you
you
need
get
to
a
be a
physical
physical
plus 2.
save, yep.
That should do it.
You
When
all
you
watch
win?
as Mira walks onto it, it begins to light up, and then you just see the silvery blue lightning immediately just engulf her. Mira, for about half second, your body locks up, and you just kind of focus and just... and it fades away.
Mira, are you okay there?
I'm okay.
You sure that didn't look...
It didn't feel good, but I'm alright, probably. Don't any of you do it.
Yeah, do we think that sigil's a one and done, or is that, like, gonna keep happening?
You are now hearing more frantic scraping from the other side of those bookshelves on the far end of the basement.
Stop scratching.
Hey, look, if
We're
you're
not
over
here to
there-
hurt you.
Yeah, we just want to talk. We've got some very important questions. Sorry for barging in, but you might know something that we really need to know.
There is no response. The scraping continues. Mira, what are you...
I'm gonna get him.
Theoretically, if you damaged the sigil, would it stop working?
Oh, I see. I don't know. Is that something we know? Like about how this stuff works in general?
Yeah, if someone does create a trapping such as this, the sigil is probably important to it. And it being broken would probably affect it.
Okay. Can we
It
just,
could
like,
have
grab
unintended
those?
consequences where you could just alter it if it's not broken. And obviously, depending on exactly how it's made, messing with it may also trigger it.
Yeah, maybe not worth it.
So everyone else is just gonna stand here at the foot of the stairs while Mira heads forward.
It's fine. It's fine.
Have that alter limb prepped.
I
don't have
guess,
spell slots.
I guess I'll just go
Thank you
grab
for reminding
whoever's
me.
behind there and drag him out.
All right,
Yeah.
all right.
I thought you had one left. Oh, you used it. That's earlier. That's right. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we're out until we sleep.
Yeah.
So, Mira, you head forward, and you guys see as she ends up about adjacent to the bookshelf. And Mira, you can see where this man, maybe in his 20s, very just messy, dirty hair, tattered clothes, looks up at you with this almost shell-shocked look of horror, and just holds a hand down at this sigil he has been scraping into. And then he takes the dagger and stabs it into the back of his hand.
Hey, whoa!
And
You don't have to do that.
You watch as the blood just begins to flow and the sigil begins to glow a crimson red.
Look, it's okay. We just want to ask some questions about a man.
Give me a charisma convince.
We'll leave if you just answer the questions.
Oh no.
He just continues to stare at you in horror, now wiggling this knife back and forth, getting more and more blood out of his hand, and the sigil begins to glow more and more, creating
stop that.
a wall of, like, between you and him, there's now a wall of this glowing red, almost crimson blood that is beginning to rise out of the ground.
That looks like it hurts. You really don't have to do that.
He's just shaking back and forth. You can see him wincing, but he is still just shaking this knife back and forth. His hand's still stuck to the ground.
Does it look like it's gonna hurt if I like try to reach through it?
You have no
Probably.
idea. There is a wall of blood growing in between you two.
I can look with my special eyes.
Okay, you want to look with your special eyes?
Yeah.
Your special eyes.
At this, I think.
All right.
I mean, maybe that won't tell me anything extra. But maybe it will.
It's good for identifying magical items, but all you can see is that there is a very powerful effect happening here. You can see that it looks like, even though that blood is rising maybe a foot off the ground, the effect seems to be almost dome-like around this man, going all the way around. And you can see the more he is, like, shaking, the more blood he is getting out of his hand, the more intense the effect is getting. The blood almost, like, rising and then dripping back down.
We are not going to hurt you. We're just looking for someone who killed some people.
And the more you talk, the more he shakes it, trying to get more and more blood into this ritual, whatever it is.
What do you want?
But he wants us to leave. I
Can
don't
you
think
talk?
I don't think he knows anything.
I mean, now I kind of want to.
Shakes it again, and finally he pulls it out and just begins, like, squeezing his hand, and more blood just begins dripping down.
Hey, look, it's Junior Streaks. It looks just
Why do we keep finding these?
not another one. It's like Funko Pops. They just keep popping up everywhere.
I feel like
I
I
don't-
should be offended by this.
I don't think I don't think he knows anything. I don't think this will be helpful to us. I think we're just upsetting and hurting him.
I mean, maybe, but I don't know.
Like,
This
does
feels
he-
like a weird thing to just walk away from.
Yeah, I mean, is he doing something illegal? What is this guy afraid of? But you know, besides a bunch of strangers breaking down his door.
Barging into his squatter's rights house.
Yeah.
I mean, potentially a lot of things. There are a lot of very scary things.
But he was scared when we just knocked.
Yeah, again, there are a lot of very scary things.
Is anyone else gonna try and come forward, or just Mira?
No, I'm gonna die if I.
Yeah, if I go through that, I die.
And Freya's still upstairs.
Actually, I maybe will call to Frey and ask if you can use the fire scrying thing. Is it like a one-time thing, or is it like a thing you can do again?
I could try. I could try.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if maybe his spell counts. And you can see through that. Just, I mean, I know Mira's over there, but I guess that'll also tell us, like, what the spell is doing, maybe.
All right. And I guess Freya will sit down in a chair upstairs.
Okay, I will actually come upstairs and give you the periscope mirror, and I want to see if this works. Because I've been sitting on this the whole time, and this is like a good way to use it. So it's like a mirror that shows you what the person holding it is looking at. I don't know if it'll work for like if you're scrying somewhere, but you can try at least.
Okay.
So if you
Yeah.
hold on to it and then do this, then maybe we can see what you're seeing.
All right. So Frey will take the mirror and he'll hold it so that the reflective side is pointed towards Rohan. And he will go and once again use his flame scrying, closing his eyes and trying to see if he can sense those flames again.
Okay, there is one, the small bullseye. The other one, it looks like, was turned off when the gentleman ran down here.
Okay, so his spell is not a flame.
All right. Frey will try and look through that bullseye lantern again.
And wildly enough, as you do, your vision also appears in the fucking
awesome.
mirror. Was the amount of shit that you guys have ingenuitied up from these seemingly useless magic items.
This is why I've been waiting, why I've been hanging on to all this shit. Okay, thank God. All right. Okay, cool. Yeah, so now we can also see the guy. Wait, so the one flame that he's looking through is that in the living room upstairs? Or
No,
is
it is the bullseye lantern in the basement on the far side near where the gentleman is standing. You can see his back essentially.
Okay.
From where it's pointed.
Okay. Interesting. All right. We don't like. Does he have like weapons on him? Like, I guess if we're looking,
He
at
has
his
a
back,
knife that he stabbed himself with a couple times.
Right. Does he have anything else, like ranged weapons?
It doesn't look like it.
Okay. Okay, cool. I will give Frey like a little tap on the shoulder myself, and then I will walk down, and I'm gonna try to. I think I'm gonna ask the others. Like, I would maybe like to try to, destroy the sigil so we can cross. Do we think that's a bad idea?
Well, I could try.
Okay, if you want to.
I mean, I don't think it would be I think it would be very bad if any of the rest of you got hit by it.
Yeah, true.
I'm gonna go upstairs then. Don't like this.
When you go upstairs, Frey's just sitting there with the mirror held out.
And you can see
This
in
shit
a
again.
very meager flame a just circle, and inside it you can see what looks like the back. Like, it's at an angle, so you can see part of the wall, and on the right side you can see like the back and like the legs down to the knees and a little bit of the neck of this poor gentleman.
Streak just like sighs and rubs a hand over his face and goes, just this shit. It's always something. It's always something. Come on.
And Frey, having no idea if anybody can hear it at this point, is just like, maybe we should try talking to him. I mean, not demanding that he answer our questions, but talk to him about what is happening, what he's been going through.
We'll call downstairs and relay this message to the others before they do anything.
I just want to point out, this entire session happened because fucking Dave rolled a nat 12 on notice.
I will, from downstairs where Frey can hear me, where he can't hear me upstairs, I will yell, "He's not listening to us. You should come down here and talk to him."
I don't think he can hear you.
He can hear me if
Doing
I'm
that
downstairs.
weird thing.
No, he can hear me through the flame downstairs, which is where I am. No.
That makes no sense.
I know.
You were calling up to Streak about that?
No, I'm yelling at the fire.
You're
that we
yelling.
were looking
So
to?
you're yelling at the crazy man that he can hear him through the flame.
Yeah.
He turns around and knocks the bullseye lantern to the ground. And
Yeah. I forgot that would. Okay, well, that was my bad. All right.
it is still lit, at least for now, but it is very meager, and now it is facing, like, you can see a little bit of his boot, and the majority of it is the wash bin near where it landed.
Okay. Yeah, Frey at this point is going to pull himself out of it and say, I can't see anything anymore. He knows I was looking.
My bad.
Yep. Got that.
Man, I was so proud of myself for realizing Frank could hear me through the flame that I forgot that the guy could hear me if I'm standing right next to him.
Uh,
Oh my
But-
god.
But I mean, if anybody's gonna try to charm this guy into talking to us, I don't think it's gonna be any of us. It's gonna be Frey. So
Okay. Yeah, so Frey will kind of look at the mirror in his hand a moment, and he's going to hand it to Streak.
I reluctantly take it because God knows what this shit is.
Frey, when you were looking in the mirror, you just saw, like, the infinite thing of you looking in the mirror, in the mirror, in the mirror, in the mirror, because it was showing you what you already saw.
Oh, that was very disorienting.
And then Streak, the same when you look at it.
I do not look into the mirror. I take it without looking at it.
What's real weird is if you ever, like, close your eyes, it would just show blackness for a second.
I hate it.
But yeah, so Frey will head down into the basement and look at this magic circle on the floor.
Yep.
Well, how far past that is he?
Seems like the basement's about, rough estimate, somewhere between, like, 40 and 50 feet long. Like, it
So
definitely
he-
seems like this basement was fortified. Like, the way this has been set up, like, avoiding that step that, like, this dude has fortified this. He has been prepared in case someone tried to attack.
Okay. And okay, so basically the way it's set up right now is that there is a shelf blocking half of it, and then on the way around this shelf is where the sigil is.
Yeah, the one that the one that has the blood, but there is also the large circular sigil that Mira got zapped going through, that you pretty much have to pass over in order to
Okay.
get to the rest of the basement.
Mira, can you possibly move the shelf?
oh, I don't know why I didn't think of that. I will try to move the shelf.
Give me a strength exert.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
I'm so excited. Yes! You start pulling the shelf, and immediately you hear a loud cracking sound. I would like you to give me an evasion save.
If it's versus magic, I get +2.
It is not. As the shelf begins to completely fall apart, just collapsing under its own weight, this is seemingly the first time in 2 decades it's been moved. You just start pulling, and the side just... and everything just begins collapsing towards you. You take 5 damage from a pitchfork head just kind of, like, getting lodged into your leg from where it kind of falls and collapses. At this, you see the gentleman, like, look at you in horror as you're just destroying everything you come into contact with, and he turns to the set of double doors near the on the other side and just begins to, like, he's focusing and, like, hitting at what looks like a chain that is currently tied up and locked. He's just muttering, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Frey.
There were doors behind there?
Yes, there's a set of double doors, you know, like tornado doors type of thing in real life. The double doors that access to the outside.
Okay, so Frey, I think at this point, looking a little panicked as Mira is like has this shelf collapse on her, and he'll just like, you know, very quickly just, are you okay?
You say she has a rusty fucking pitchfork head sticking out of her thigh.
I'm okay.
Okay.
I'll
and
be fine.
He looks a little dubious at this, and he will look back at the others and say, "Can you help her?"
We can't go there.
There's kind of a sigil on the floor that if we step over it, it'll vaporize us, for lack of a better term.
But okay, did the shelf collapse?
Yes, the shelf collapsed.
So we can cross over the shelf now.
Okay,
shelf
so
pile?
there's two sigils. Like let me.
Yeah, there's the blue one that we got hit by first, and then that mirror got hit by first, and then there's the red one that is next to where the shelf was. So that one we can avoid, but the big blue one I think we still can't.
Yeah, there was one right at the foot of the stairs.
Yeah.
Like if these are the stairs, there is then a sigil here, and then the shelf here, and then the other exit over here, and Mira is here.
Oh, so are we all stuck on the stairs right now?
Yeah, you're stuck next.
Yes.
You're stuck at the landing of the stairs over here. You couldn't get any further.
Okay, I had a totally different image in my
you
head.
came down, and then there was the thing you couldn't cross. Then, once Mira crossed it, he created a fucking blood wall that kind of like... that essentially... Mira should be back a little bit more. Like, Mira would be, like, here. Essentially. Like, he created a blood wall that just kind of is blocking everything so that you cannot cross.
Okay.
And now he is over there desperately trying to open up the back door out of here.
Mick, go around to the back.
Okay, Frey is going to just kind of like, you know, like with one hand on the stairwell wall, just kind of, you know, trying to get a sense of the space. He's just gonna, you know, shout out, we don't mean you any harm. I know this has gone very, very poorly, but if you talk to us, tell us what is wrong. What are you hiding from? Maybe we can help.
Give me a charisma convince. This is gonna be a fucking hard one.
Hey.
God. Oh my god.
Thank you fucking God. See, I'm so glad we got
Jesus
Frank.
Christ.
Was that high enough?
Is that high enough for you?
Guys, I think we broke the DM.
14 plus! Only a true master has any chance of achieving this at all, and even they will probably fail.
Can I just point out this is the second time that Frey has done this in the last couple sessions?
Yeah. I love it. Amazing. Frey's
He-
my favorite.
Turns back and just like looking over his shoulder at you. He looks at like he's like darting back between you, Frey, and then Mira, who he just looks like fucking scared shitless of.
She's trying to smile and appear gentle while, you know, being impaled. and
she walked
such.
through a fucking death circle and then was impaled by a rusty fucking thing, and she's just being gentle. Like, she is arguably the most horrifying human he's ever seen.
Well, that's wrong because she's not a human.
Shh.
It is arguably more scary for somebody who's just been impaled by a pitchfork to be like, "Are you okay?" like, dude, are you okay?
But he
Jesus.
just like looks at you and just, what are you people?
What are you, or who are you?
You can't really figure out the difference right now.
Frey will just say, "We can protect you."
Can we?
He is saying that. Yes.
At this point, he's like collapsed on the stairs to the upper exit, and you can still see like his left hand is latched onto that lock, and he's just bleeding all over it, but he's just collapsed. He looks, his eyes wide. Why have you come here? Destroying everything. And now you want to help me?
We made a mistake. We were selfish, but we see now that something is very wrong, and we can't ignore that. I want to help you.
There's no help.
What did he say?
There's no help. No helping me. No one ever wants to. I was already cursed out. Why would you come here? Assault my home.
Well, we thought that you might have seen something. There was
I see
a man.
nothing. I do not.
Frey is going to put out a hand on like Garrett's shoulder and just. He doesn't need explanation right now. He doesn't need all reasoning. He is past that.
I'm sorry. Mira like tries to step away, not like onto the sigil or anything, but just backwards.
Yeah. He looks at you and just like narrows his eyes and. You're from the Lucian Ray, aren't you?
What did he say?
We're from the Lucian Ray, which was the school, and no, we're not.
He's right. We didn't come from Artavista. We came from the south.
No. No. And he, using his right hand, he just points with this very rusty dagger that is still dripping with the blood of his other hand. He points to Mira. Oh. No one else can do what she's done.
It's like I said, we can protect you. She's strong, just like you're strong.
I don't know why I can do that, actually. But yes, I can. I try to protect all of my friends.
Would you tell us of this curse? You say you're cursed.
No. I'm a dead man. I've lost everything. And now, she's come from the Lucian Ray to finally take me back.
You've run from the Lucian Ray?
I stole it from them. She already knows that.
I don't know anything.
There's no one else who could do what you've done. Walk through that and not die. I saw the way you resisted those enchantments. You have illusion rise protection.
We've never been to the Illusion Ray, and we found her
That shit's lying to you.
somewhere else. That she's been trapped for 10 years in the basement of a building.
Not trust the lies of their agents.
They met children that I helped raise. That knew I was gone for 10 years.
Also, half of
It's
us
true,
are
I
criminals.
swear.
So if she was bright, then, or if she was from the Lucian Ray, then a lot of us would be getting taken in, and she hasn't done anything of the sort to us. So I'm skeptical that she's a bright.
I could leave if you would talk to them. I really don't have anything against you, I swear.
He focuses and squeezes his hand and just... Silence! Agent of my demise! And you see the blood begin to glow in his hand. Mira, I need a mental save.
Do I get +2?
You do. And... 1 second here. Let's see. And you feel blood. Everything just gets odd, and then you all watch as Mira's face just begins to get covered in blood. And Mira, you are unable to speak. And he turns, and you can see he's like staring at you in confusion, and then it just quickly fades away, almost repelled by you after a few seconds. You see? What's the Lucian Rise protection? You cannot trust anything. They would do anything to gain your trust, to manipulate you, to get into your head, to use you.
Is there just blood on my face? Can I not do
No,
anything
it got
about
repelled and just disappeared after a few seconds.
Oh. I see. Oh, okay. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to hurt anyone.
I've heard that before.
I'll try to, like, can I, like, hop over the sigil or something, or do I have to walk back across it?
You could try and hop over it. You don't know if that would... Actually, you have your magic eyes open.
Yeah.
You can't see that it is affecting vertically up into the ceiling.
Well, I can't exactly leave now
Then
without
die!
getting hit again, or I would.
Please, then just die. Agent of demise. Manipulator of everything.
What did you steal? According to you, she already knows, so you should be able to tell us, right?
That could be why she's here, to find out why. They might not have told her.
Well, even if she doesn't know, you're saying that the Lucian Ray knows, so...
And if I tell you, who's to say she doesn't turn and bring your head separated from your shoulders next?
I'll take that risk.
I'm not normal. I know I'm not normal, but that doesn't mean I want to hurt anyone.
He just shudders in a mixture of exhaustion and just bitter hatred at you.
I'll just back away as far as I can. And, like,
Destroy everything you come in contact with. You bring them here. Destroy destroying away, and how did you know I was here? I've been careful.
I saw your lamp light in the window. That's how we saw someone was here.
No.
Okay,
I've been
here's
so
some
careful.
proof. Here's some proof for you, all right? Here is all of the illicit magical items that I already have in my possession that Mira has done nothing about. Okay? So I'm gonna put down my bag and just like start pulling out like everything I stole from Ardenford.
An itemized
I'll, like,
list of your garbage.
Yeah, I'll like pull out the mana and the fucking fire resin and the burst frost fire and the dreamer's anchor, and I'll like point to Mira and say she already has the Vercanum heart, so you know, I don't think that she's not here to enforce the law or whatever. I mean,
This
to
is
the
no
extent.
law. If this was law, there would be justice.
What would justice be in this case?
My freedom. My family back.
What happened to your family?
I don't know. They were taken.
By the Lucian Ray?
Just a slow, somber nod.
That seems incredibly out of character.
Why?
Is it the Lucian? You're sure it's the Lucian Ray as a whole and not an individual?
Lucian Ray is far more corrupt than anyone would ever give them credit for. Are in bed with the duchy, manipulate them. Aye, the Ducal Guard is respectable, but they can't do anything without the brides being right there. And who are they to confuse, question, or manipulate against the most powerful people in this land? Arcadia is nothing without their brides. The brides are nothing without the Lucian Ray. They hold all the power. You cannot fight against them. I dared to question what happened to my family, and now, look at me.
What's your name?
No.
My name is Rohan.
He just kind of shudders. Call me Jay.
Okay.
Well, if it will help you, we can try and look into this
Why?
for you.
Why do you trust her? She's a product of Lucian Ray magic. You can see that those protections are not given to anyone. Those are enchantments of the Brights. She's just another arm of their oppression, their manipulation.
If they are protections of the Brights, I'm pretty sure she doesn't know it either. So,
And even so, she has helped us.
yeah. We trust her because she's earned our trust.
He just shudders again. Could be that her demise brings about a peace. Have you never questioned something when you sleep? That you lay by a campfire and wonder if everything's really safe? That someone might be watching you, reporting on you. That something wasn't quite right. They get in your head, they can convince you of anything.
This is the era of the Black Sun. Nothing is safe.
Of course, but I'm not speaking of some umbral scourge. I'm speaking of the worst that man has ever created. The trust put into those who can get into your head, those who can manipulate you from the safety of your bed. Those who can control you when you are most safe. convince you that your own demise was your greatest idea. And he just shoots another glare of hatred at Mira.
Well then,
I have seen these protections before. I have seen this.
if
She is
her-
manipulating you. She is in your head. She is using you.
well then fine. We can.
Mira like puts her hands over her ears and like looks away.
Well then fine. We can leave, but we can't just leave her trapped down here with you.
You should leave her to die. Leave her to answer for her crimes. Leave her to
We're not
answer for
going
the
to.
manipulations, the decades of torture, the centuries of misery that her kind have brought about.
We
They
are
may have
going
brought
to do
that about, but that's not her responsibility. That's not. She's had nothing to do with that. She's been trapped in a basement for 10 years.
Lies and horror.
Jay, you're clearly not going to convince us about this. If you'd like us to leave, we'll leave. We need Mira to come with us. So
That's it.
yes. Also, I will just say, it seems like you're here alone. It seems like you're dealing with this on your own. We're offering to help you. If we walk out that door, there goes your one shot at help. You decide what you want to do about
You
that.
break
but
into
one
a
thing you-
man's home, and you offer them help.
It is usually a little backwards to how it goes.
We knocked.
Is that how all offers of help are? Is that the inspection way? Trevinifica? What faith is a forced helping? Assistance that you cannot decline.
Probably Osmid? No. They help themselves.
What were you
Leave her.
looking for when we came up here? When we came to the house?
What do you mean?
You were looking for something, right? I like turned to Frey. Like, isn't that what you mentioned? I think.
Frey lowers his voice, and it probably wouldn't help any if he knows that we were spying on him. Even if I did so unintentionally.
Okay. Fine. Never mind. Just how do we get Mira back out?
You don't. You all leave. And at this point, he grasps his hand. This time his right, and begins making a fist around the hilt of the dagger, staring towards his left. If she moves so much as an inch, I will bring this entire house down on all of us. For that I promise you. She will answer for the Lucian race crimes. She will give me the answers that I have been seeking. And he turns to you lot, mostly to Frey, and just, I appreciate you bringing her here, but her manipulation stops now.
Okay. If you don't let her leave, we will have to take you down so that we can let her leave. So we really don't want to do that. We really don't want to do that. There
Just let her go.
He puts his bloody hand palm down and brings the knife to his chest this time and begins slowly carving along the lines of those tattoos. As he does... what?
I just want to. Can Frey see him from our position on the stairs?
You can now, yeah. Like, after Mira destroyed the shelf and impaled herself, yeah.
Okay. Okay, continue.
Do those tattoos mean anything to you, Rohan, from what you can see with your magical knowledge?
Do they?
Ron, you do not need to roll to recognize them as some sort of arcane sigils.
Okay.
And as he does, the blood starts flowing. You notice it's not flowing like it normally would. It's immediately, as the skin is opened up, just flying at instantaneous speed directly down towards his left hand, where it is all just beginning to pour onto the ground, and you're just seeing these lines of glowing crimson, and the foundation of the house is beginning to shake.
I'm just remembering fucking Viserion did this too. Mira, we gotta go. You're gonna have to take the damage again.
If she
Can
moves, it cools down. Every one of you dies.
Darian.
They're not going to do that. We are, and there's definitely a sense of panic in Frey at the moment.
There is, you're starting to just feel just dust and bits of just build up and mothballs and things, just all kinds of bits and things from the ceiling and in between the, just beginning to fall on you as the dust is getting thick from the rumbling of the foundation of this home.
I don't know anything.
Right.
I don't know anything.
Frey is going to just say, just stop, just let us go, just stop it. And at this point, I'm going to use his eyes. I think the color starts fading from them, kind of like overwhelmed with this inky blackness. And I'm going to use my fulminating abyss on him.
What a name.
That sounds scary.
That is a name and a half.
I feel like this is not gonna. I hope this kills him, because otherwise, or like knocks him out, because otherwise, I think this is gonna make things a lot worse for us.
Oh boy!
1d8 per caster level with a mental save for half.
Targets with only one hit die will inevitably be slain.
Alright, well, he gets to make a mental save.
Okay, so he has more than one hit dice.
He fails! Frey, roll damage!
Okay.
1d8 per caster level. Jesus Christ.
So do we technically only have one hit dice?
No, you have 4.
No, we have 4.
Oh, because we have hit dice
'Cause
per
we're
level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I just want to make sure I read that right.
Oh boy. You watch as under him there is just this pool of bubbling darkness, and he just looks in confusion, looks up at Frey in horror, looks back down, and he just and silence. He begins screaming, but there is no sound coming out. He begins clawing at his own body. Boils of inky blackness appearing all over it. And he just begins screaming more, and his body begins getting enveloped down, down, ever further down, until it is completely gone. And there is no evidence of his body ever existing.
Oh God. Okay.
Well then.
So I think Frey is just kind of hanging over the side of the stair at this point, just kind of like staring blindly, his eyes still drowning in that black. And you know what? I think as he comes back to himself, just like that shudder rolls through him, and He's gonna just collapse on himself.
I will attempt to catch Frey if I'm closer to him than Rohan is.
Yeah.
And because we don't want Frey to fall onto the knives in the floor.
Yeah. Or the
Fall
sigil,
upstairs to the
or-
knives? No. Falling into the thing? That might kill him.
Yeah,
Oh.
that too.
Oh, is the sigil still there even now that
Yeah.
he's gone?
I mean, the sigil was carved into it. Who knows if it's still
Yeah,
active or not? I guess Mira would know.
Is the
Yeah.
rumbling still happening?
No, it
And
has
does, like,
stopped.
the-
You
Mira,
watched
can you-
him fall, like, just falling down. Just his body essentially falling down into bubbling inky darkness.
Okay.
Until
Is the glowing red stuff still happening?
it has faded away.
Mira, can you see if the sigil is still active?
Mira is having a moment.
Yeah.
I know you're probably panicking right now, but this is important. I don't know how secure the foundations are after he started shaking them, so we still need to leave. And you can't cross that sigil if it's active.
She will slowly drag her gaze away from where the guy was over to the sigil.
It is no longer active. It is just carvings in a floor.
Come on, Mira, there's nothing we can do for him anymore. We tried. We may not have made the best decision to come in here, but what's done is done. We need to get out of here, though.
She is going to carefully pick her way across the floor, over the, whatever remains of the shelf and the shit on it. And join the party again that she keeps repeating under her breath. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, Mira. It's not your fault. If anything, it's mine. You should have told us that there is no point in trying to get through this, trying to figure this out, that he didn't want to talk with us. We shouldn't have tried to force it. We'll attempt to help Frey up the stairs at this point.
Frey's just passed out.
Alright, I will carry Frey up the stairs at this point, trying not to hit their head on the door frame or step in the knife trap.
Yeah, the mentally exhausted Frey that is definitely not all there after that. Thankfully not a very heavy dude, and you're able to... You've carried much heavier people in full suits of armor to safety. Frey ain't too bad.
Yeah, I will help. I will try, but, Mira is not feeling super hot right now, probably making some sobbing, sniffing sounds, but, she's never cried tears yet, and still isn't.
God, she can't cry. She's definitely not real. But I'm a real boy.
So, you all reconvene back at the main living room of the farmhouse.
How dark is it outside?
There's some vague orange and purple. You're definitely losing the light at this point.
How far are we from the town?
Couple hours still.
It'll be dark by the time we get to the town. I say we press on for a little bit, get out of this area, and set up camp on the side of the road.
Yeah,
There's nothing good here. There's no reason to stay here. I think we should leave.
I agree.
Fine by me.
All right. So, you all make your way back to Henrietta, the wagon, and the rest of your traveling companions. And we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. And so, as the sun continues to set at your backs, you reach back to the road where Roland is the first to greet you and just kind of... Oh, what, He like, looks to Mira specifically. You don't look so well. What happened?
I don't know if she can say any words right now.
After a moment, he just like... Is Frey still, like, passed out?
Yes, I'm gonna say Frey will be passed out until the evening at least.
Alright. He just, looks at all of this in horror and then just... obviously offers to help carry Frey back if needed, but...
I've got him. We're just gonna put him right in the cart. But we ran into someone and pressed a little too hard, as I'm sure you've seen us do before, and it didn't end well for them. And he said some things that...
At this point, Molly just... What did he say?
Well, you know how we found Mira trapped in that basement there? He's saying that she essentially works for, or worked for, the Lucian Ray, the magical school of Artivista. Well, I don't know why I couldn't think of the name, the word there.
At this point, Roland like narrows his eyes, and this was worth fighting over?
He tried to bring the house down on top of us.
He was holding Mira hostage.
Yeah. And tried to bring the house down on us. We told him that we'd be willing to leave and just get out of there, but he wouldn't let us leave with Mira, to the point where he would rather kill all of us and himself. So Frey acted in our defense and summoned something that I believe it killed him, but the act of doing so took a lot out of Frey, and some of the things that he had said about the school and Mira have really upset her.
There is a tense silence. And then Molly just kind of nods. I would also kill someone before negotiating for a hostage. And she gives a little, like, almost not whimsical, but a very optimistic smile at Frey's unconscious body.
We would have negotiated if he was willing to, but
He wasn't.
wouldn't hear anything.
If Frey hadn't acted, I was about to reach for my bow anyways. Not that I've had much luck with it lately, but
Yeah. The only thing stopping me was that he might bring the house down before I could get a shot off. Well, we'd better get on the road, get away from here, and then set up camp.
Molly kind of comes over near near Strieg and just, I'm glad you're all okay. Yes, I'm glad that you're all okay.
you mean Cass?
Cassie?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Cassie.
Okay,
I had Molly's sheet open that time. I've been
Okay.
juggling a lot of sheets today.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
Cassie.
like, wow, Molly's warmed up to streak again. Great.
Oh.
I think Streak just kind of nods a little bit, but he's keeping a careful eye on Frey.
I mean, Frey's breathing. Physically, he looks fine. I mean, a little dirty.
Yeah, but he did some weird shit. I didn't like that.
Sorry.
You don't like the part where Frey was able to perfectly dispose of a body, ergo creating the perfect murder?
No, not really. Can't say I did. That was some weird shit.
It's funny because the murder is not the part that Streak has an issue with. It's
No,
the magic.
that's-
per se. The murder's normal.
It's the freaky magic shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so with that, you guys get back on the road. Garrett, your estimate based on how far you've traveled and everything, if you wanted to make it to Dole Sari tonight, you would probably do so at like 9-10 o'clock. So, you know, it's gotta be...
Would they let us in? Would they even be open to let us in?
I mean, yeah, like, it's not a... It's a farming town. Like, they don't have walls. They have people patrolling, but they don't have walls or anything. It's essentially just Leshka, but very rich and more populated.
Then I say we push for it and
Yeah.
get in. I'd rather have an actual bed to sleep
Yeah.
in.
A night of all nights.
Frey, some part of your subconscious is probably acknowledging the uncomfortability of being unconscious on a wagon that was not meant to be slept on. But otherwise, you guys travel, and travel some more before making it to the farming town of Dole Sari. It is very late. It is fairly exhausting, mentally, physically, some combination thereof. But a couple of Ducal guards welcome you with lanterns, giving you a wave. A little concerned at the late hour of your arrival, but not to the point of interrogation, more of a, you know, giving you that kind of like, is everything good type of look. But
Yeah.
otherwise, welcome to Dole Sari. What are you all doing?
Bed, sleep.
Yeah, making our way to the inn.
You going for the fancy one, or... There are two
What's-
inns in this town. There is the Golden... Yep, the Golden Sheaf. And then there is the Riverbed Inn. The Riverbed Inn is the very fancy one. It is a few stories tall, and the higher end ones are able to... It's a little bit like south of the town, and specifically overlooks a very scenic and more heavily rapids portion of the Bellageur River.
I mean, I'm fine with the Golden Sheaf.
Honestly, I think it would be nice to have the nice one for Frey, but also I think I could use it tonight.
How much does the nice one cost?
Heading in, it seems like low end, you'd be looking at probably about 5-6 silver a room. If you want the high end rooms,
No, I think the low end ones are fine there, but
the high end rooms are probably gonna run you about 15 silver a night, maybe more.
for all of us.
Each.
Oh, wait, sorry. That was the high end ones you said.
Yeah. The Golden Sheaf is probably gonna run you about 6-8 copper a person a night, unless you want like the nice rooms. The nice rooms are probably gonna run you about 2 silver.
How many rooms do all of us need together?
Well, there are a total of 8 of you plus a mule.
So if we pair up, then probably 4 rooms.
Mm-hmm.
I'll pay for it. For the low end rooms. I'm not rich, but that's 2 gold basically.
The low end rooms at the Golden Sheaf?
At the riverbed.
Riverbed.
Oh, at the river.
Altogether.
At the river, the riverbed inn. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So. No. Each individual rooms or double rooms? Double rooms will probably be cheaper.
Yeah, double.
Yeah, double rooms.
It is going to be a total of 3 gold, 4 silver? If I'm doing my math right.
Good. Okay. I need to do math.
34 silver.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 gold, 4 silver, 34 silver, yep.
Okay.
So yeah.
Cool. Got it. Amazing. Yeah, it's on me, and we should, let's go to sleep. I'll take a room with Frey.
Alright.
Keep an eye on him, I guess, and then
Cassie is not staying at the inn. So actually, you can... She accepts the room. But essentially, she's like... She gives you that, like, we'll just figure out whoever's left. I'll stay with whoever. Right? And, she seems very stressed and awkward about all of this.
Cassie's
doesn't
not
wanna
going to stay at the
choose.
inn?
She's... Essentially, she's like, I'll take whatever, but then she heads out to be out with Henrietta right now.
She doesn't want to choose between Molly and Streak, I assume.
Yeah.
Me telling this to Garrett over the earring, like a slight moment of
Why?
us.
Why don't you take Streak? I'll take Frey and keep an eye on them, and then
Molly just kind of... I will share a room with Streak.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I just give her
Okay.
like a little bit of a look, like just like be nice, you know?
So it's a Shriek Molly, Rowan Frey.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, so Garrett, who are you a mirror with?
Why doesn't Mira stay with Cass and I'll get Roland?
Alright.
Mira does not seem to mind at the moment.
Oh man, the two people who don't give a fuck about anything are in a room together, that's fun. Alright.
Are you referring to Molly and Streak?
I was referring to Mira and Cassie, but also
Oh.
accurate. So, is there anything else you guys wish to do, or are you just planning to knock the fuck out for the night?
Garrett's not gonna be able to sleep right now.
Yeah, I was gonna
So-
say Rowan is probably just like staring up at the ceiling in bed.
I had a
Garrett.
scene.
I'm going to bed.
I had a scene already ready with someone to do that, but I guess everyone's doing it.
Yeah.
Molly is also
No,
going
I'm going to sleep.
Garrett
I'm
is
knocked
gonna
out.
go. Yeah, Garrett's gonna go and check in with the guards, see if they saw the guy come through on the horses, and if he stuck around in town at all, or if he just split through.
So you head up to one of the Ducal guards at like the.
Yep.
Are you like heading to the Bastion Brejust or?
I'll go to the Bastion.
Okay.
And I'll bring that warrant with me.
The Vicanian Pass? Yeah.
It's not just a pass; it's a warrant that says like "help us."
And
Yeah.
you're like, I'm looking for, and then you describe.
Yeah, I describe Ozzy, and he came through here. He had had
You
two
described
horses.
Oscar, you described me, because
Well, I describe Ozzy first, and then I say, but he was using. Last we saw him, he was using some form of spell-based disguise that made him look like, and then I'll give them Rohan's description.
At that, the desk worker just kind of was that. So that is I need to go find Captain Laurent regarding this. She said if that gentleman came back, there was an incident, an attack on one of the farms earlier this evening.
There was.
Yes, a gentleman matching that description with 2 horses had assaulted a man and his son, stole bags of food, some other things. I must speak with the captain.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you say you were staying again?
We're at the Riverbed Inn.
The riverbed. The captain will come to see you.
Okay. In the morning or later
I do not
tonight?
know.
Okay. Just curious. It's fine. Whenever she shows up, I will be available.
He gives a kind of idle nod at that and continues about his night. You can see he's getting ready to wind down and probably head out soon. It's very late.
And with that, I'll head back to. I'll thank him again and head back to the inn.
Strieg. What does
Yes.
Strieg dream about?
Not
Is
a
that
whole lot of
what Molly-
particularly nice things.
Tell me what Strieg dreams about.
Are we talking a very bad dream night or like a normal dream night?
Just a normal dream night. What do you think Strieg would be dreaming about after all this?
Well, after watching a man just disappear into black. I think tonight he is dreaming. He is back in Papa's house, sitting underneath a table. So all he can see are kind of like legs of people moving around him. And he just hears lots of yelling. Lots of it is Papa's voice, but occasionally there's other voices kind of intermittent. And it's clear that people are angry. There's a lot of yelling going on. And he's not hiding under the table, but it's pretty clear that either they don't know that he's there or they just don't care.
And after a little bit of this, the table flips over and Papa stands seemingly 12, 14 feet tall, dwarfing you. And just, what is all this? Come on, boy, we have things we can be doing right now. What are you doing? Hiding. Get up. He smacks you and kind of instinctively stumble backwards, and then you see this bubbling darkness under him, and he begins to collapse into it. And he just, and silence as he begins to get pulled under.
I scramble backwards from the puddle and just kind of like brace myself against the wall, breathing heavily.
And as you do, you
watching.
feel your body hit the wall, and you are no longer there. You are in a room somewhere. You can't recognize it. It's the most generic. It could be the room you're in now. It could be any. And you hear a knock at the door.
I do not get up to open it.
Oh, Molly has the earring, has the dream gem, doesn't she?
Yeah.
The knock is harder, this time just banging, just... And then... Please, Streak! They're coming! They're coming, Streak! I need your help! I need your help!
Cross and do I have my crossbows on me? First
No.
I feel for...
No.
Damn. Alright, well, I open the door. Is it Cassie?
She is a bloody mess. You can see a crossbow bolt sticking out of her back. Her hand is cut up. And she just... Thank you. I can't do it. And she turns and... Another bolt right through the throat. Her eyes wide as she falls into your arms, dying.
I instinctively just kind of like grab her, stumbling down to the ground as we go and look up, because can I see where the crossbow bolt came from?
You see coming out of the darkness of this unending hallway, Molly.
Holding a crossbow?
No. Why do you hate her so much? Why do you hurt her?
I don't.
You do.
I don't hate her.
Then why do you hurt her so much?
I don't mean to. I didn't do this. This wasn't me. I didn't do this.
You will. Why do you hurt her? Every waking moment of every waking day you hurt her. Why?
Don't. I don't mean to. I don't. He just kind of keeps looking back and forth between Molly and Cassie.
You look back at Cassie, and her eyes go from wide to narrow and angry, and she just screams from her corpse-like state. Screaming more and more, and then her head just explodes. Blood, guts, sinew, brain matter all over you.
I lurch backwards, shoving her body away from me.
As you do, her body steadies itself, stumbles towards you, and as if you're molasses, you can't move to react as her body grabs a dagger and just drives it into your throat. Behind her, you see Molly looking down at you with pity. Why do you hurt her? And you awaken.
I lurch out of bed and start dry heaving on the floor. Total panic, soaked in sweat, can barely breathe. Feel like I'm losing it.
Molly is comfortably asleep, her left hand holding the Dreamer's anchor.
I don't even notice. I'm going through it, and as soon as I've calmed down slightly, I'm just gonna go sit outside for a while.
All right. Meanwhile, Garrett, you make your way back. Was there anything else you were doing after your time at the Bastion?
No.
All right. You make your way back to the riverbed and head to bed.
Yep. I guess the next question is, what is Garrett dreaming about?
No.
Well, okay.
No. The next question is, what is Mira doing?
Laying in bed?
After some amount of time, it all kind of blends together. An hour, half hour, 2 hours, you can't really tell. The door opens again, and Cassie comes in and lays down on her bed, and then... Mira, are you asleep?
No.
What do I do? Everyone has answers, but no one... Everyone tells me to make my own decision, and I don't want to. I just want someone to tell me what to do. It's so much easier. I don't like thinking about this. I already did so many bad things.
Like what?
I betrayed Streeg, and he hates me.
How? I don't think he hates you.
He hates me.
No. I don't think that's true. I think he doesn't understand. But I don't think he hates you.
Why can't he talk to me? Why can't he look me in the eyes? I've tried everything. I've tried ignoring him. I've tried talking to him. I've tried being too much, being not enough, and he just ignores me. If he outright would just look at me and say he hated me, it would be better than what he does. He pretends I don't even exist.
I think it's very hard for him because of the way he was raised. Just to be normal. Sometimes it's so hard that you can't think of anybody else. Does that make sense?
What do I do? What do I do, Mira? I've been given so much, but I've never had to make a decision like this. I just want to be told what to do. I just want to be told how to fix this.
Well, that's not really how life is, but I understand.
That's how mine has always been. I've always had direction, answers. I've never been directionless about something. And I was always told, I knew, from the moment I saw him, I knew that he was so important, that he was everything to me. And now he's just not. And I hate that I don't feel like that anymore, because I should. And I don't know what to do. How do I fix this?
Maybe it doesn't need to be fixed.
It does! It does. Everything happens. Everything I know I have to do for a reason, and when I don't do it, bad things happen.
I wish I had a better answer for you, but...
Tell me! At this point, she is gripping onto your shoulders and, like, driving her clawing at you. Tell me!
That's okay.
Tell me what to do!
You have to decide for yourself.
No,
That's all there
I
is
can't.
to it. I was a lot like you. Once.
I can't just...
I physically could not.
No! And
do
at this point,
anything.
she grabs a lantern and just throws it as hard as she can, and it breaks out the window and falls to the ground outside.
Don't do that.
No!
Don't ever do that.
I need an answer!
Don't do that. Just don't do that.
What?
That. I'm sorry.
I need answers. I need a direction. I need to fix this.
I really... I do mean it.
I've seen how everyone looks at you, everyone treats you. You know everything. You know
I don't.
how to help people. Help me.
I don't know how to help people. I just do the best I can, I guess. And sometimes it's not enough.
What would you do if you were me right here, right now? If you knew in your head that you had visions of everything, and the streak was it, and then it felt like it went away, what would you do?
Just be kind. That's all I know how to do. That's all I want to do. Be kind to the people you care about.
But he still ignores me. It's like I'm not there. How do I fix that?
You might not be able to. And
As you say
sometimes
that, her eyes go wide, and her expression just drops, as if the idea never occurred to her. And she just freezes up. Keep going.
Sometimes you can't fix things. And you have to be okay with that.
No, I have to. Do better. Don't lie to me. Tell me how to fix it.
I don't know.
And at this point, she turns away, looking over at the window she broke, and turns back and just slaps you across the face as hard as she can. Wincing in pain as she does. Joey! Stop hiding it from me!
I don't know.
She slaps you again.
You can hit me as much as you like. It's not going to change my answer. You'll hurt yourself before you hurt me. Although I suppose you are hurting my feelings a little.
She slaps you again. It's weaker. Again. It's weaker. Again, she finally just collapses onto the foot of your bed. Crying and passes out.
I'll just, keep watch over this poor, sad girl, I guess.
Frey! Planning to, regain consciousness this evening?
Yes, actually. So I think after a while, once he is in bed, he will eventually kind of start stirring. And finding himself staring up at the ceiling, he doesn't look over at Rohan, doesn't look over to see if anybody is in the room with him, if anybody else is even awake, but he'll just say out loud, "Did that really just happen?"
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Oh. Is Mira okay?
I think she's shaken up, but she's not hurt.
And everybody got out?
Yes. All of us, at least.
Good.
You did the right thing, for what it's worth. You had no choice. It doesn't make it much better, but...
I had no choice.
yeah. Still just feels bad, but...
There's a very kind of a hoarse laugh at that. I didn't even know what I was doing.
Well... I mean, maybe that's better, then. Guess you didn't really choose it anyway.
How can that possibly be better? I don't even know what I did to him.
I mean, if you have to hurt someone, I don't know, it would maybe make me feel better to know that it wasn't something I calculated and chose, that it was just something that happened and was out of my control. But I don't really know. It's been... It seems to me like every time we try to help someone, it just makes everything worse, and I feel like we keep getting punished for trying to do things the right way and rewarded for doing things the wrong way, and it's kind of getting to me.
Maybe it's easier to stop trying.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's... I haven't been a very good person, and I feel like the only way I know that I'm trying to be better is that I'm trying, and it feels like that's making everything worse. So I don't really know what that means. Does that mean that I should just be looking out for myself and not caring about all the other stuff? Hey, I don't know. I feel like you're a very kind person, and I don't know, you navigate the world in a way where everyone is happy that they met you and that you know, had an effect on their life. How, I don't know, does it feel better?
To have an effect on people's lives,
Yeah,
to leave them happier.
yeah.
Well, it's kind of you to think that, but I'm not a kind person. I know what to say to endear people to me. I know what to say to get what I want out of people. It's just using people. I had a friend once who did see through that. Did see through all of that. But even when he expressed concern, I was like, I always just said, what is wrong with giving people a little hope? But what does hope mean when it's all built on lies and manipulations and greed and selfishness? I don't know. I want to get away from all of that, but I think I just killed a man.
Yeah, I think you maybe did.
I'm gonna go take a walk.
Yeah. Just remember that you also saved a person.
Frey is not going to say anything at that, but he will put on his cloak, and I assume he's still dressed in his day clothes, so he's gonna head out.
Streak, you were outside, right?
Yep, Streak is outside Sitting by
Well-
the door.
Frey, as you head out, you can see sitting nearby a very sweaty and uncomfortable, even for his standards, looking Strieg. It is close to midnight at this point.
Frey will pause, looking at Strieg, and just say, I don't think I'm much good for conversation tonight, but would you like to go for a walk with me?
If it involves no talking, yes.
Frey just gives a weak smile and makes a zipping his lips miming motion.
I will slowly and unsteadily climb to my feet and walk alongside Frey.
Okay, I guess we're gonna go aimlessly explore this town at midnight.
It is the center of the town where there is something resembling a town square, things like that. To the north is fairly well lit, but after that it is winding, only vaguely connecting roads between massive farms of grain that is mostly at the end of its harvest and things like that. So they're preparing for the cold season to arrive.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think Frey is gonna like really go anywhere in particular. Just kind of wherever his or Strieg's feet take them.
Wander for a while.
Yeah. Get some brisk, cold air.
At one point, there is a Duke Hall guard who just kind of gives you a nod and just... Good luck to you, all good?
Frey will put on his best practice smile, pretending as if nothing is wrong, everything is totally good, and he'll just say, "Oh, yes, just out for a midnight stroll. Couldn't sleep. I'm sure you understand."
Well, concerned about your friend here. Looks like the man's out about the worst night's sleep I've ever seen, and I don't think there's a shite bed in all of Dole Sari, so it's a little concerning.
Well, it was a long journey here.
I'm just kind of like nodding along with whatever Frey says.
But thank you for your concern. I'll keep an eye on him. Make sure we both get back to the inn, okay?
Just gives a nod and let's keep your eyes peeled and all that. Oh. Never know what's going to be going on these times of night. We've had some reports of concern of late.
Really now? Like internally, Frey's like, "Oh God, I really don't want to have this conversation," but he will ask it anyway. What sort of concern?
People disappearing out in the fields. Let's stick to the main roads.
Of course. I had no intention of wandering about in the fields in the middle of the night anyhow. Any recommendations for midnight sightseer?
I'll I mean, also making your way all the way down to the village. Yours gonna be your best bet. He kind of like looks up. Shame it's so cloudy. Get the stores out. They reflect real nice off of the rapids down by the riverbed. Past that, makes it look like it's sparkling, glowing. The river is.
Well, that does sound nice. I doubt we'll be in town long enough to enjoy them, but I'll just have to use my imagination then. But I suppose we'll head that way then.
He just kind of gives a nod and he continues his patrol.
And we will continue our walk. Freya's smile just like instantly fading as soon as they step away from the guard.
With that, you guys spend a little while outside. Everyone else tries to get some sleep, correct?
Yep.
And Rowan,
Mm-hmm.
you are awoken a short time later. It is pretty late, but I assume you were able to try and get to bed after Frey left?
Yes. Yeah.
For better or worse, there is the sound of barging, of the door getting kicked open, and before you know what's happening, there are two Ducal guards pointing crossbows at you.
I put my hands up. I think you're looking for a different man. He's using illusion magic to disguise himself as me, but I'm happy to go with you and answer any questions.
One of the guards like looks back, and you can see there's a woman maybe in her 30s, kind of gray, very like almost silver gray hair, wearing a very fancy green kind of tabard. And she just kind of, "But you are going to come with us. We are going to get this all sorted out because reports are that you assaulted a couple of farmers and
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
left
I'm
a
happy to
poor
come with you.
gentleman nearly dead."
Sure. I just to be clear, I did not do that, but I'm happy to come with you and help this get sorted out.
Oh, and they don't quite drag you out of bed, but close to. Like, they are watching your every move as you get out of bed, and they don't like give you time to get dressed. They're just like, essentially like, "Come on." And
I don't
she,
need time to get dressed. I glamour myself into like normal clothes.
So you say that you are like, as you're walking, she's like, essentially she's walking alongside you, and then the two guards, one is to your left, she's to your right, and then the other guard is behind you. Both of them have crossbows trained on you.
I think I'm not even like like I think Rohan's vibe is like, yeah, if he was here, I'd do the same thing to him. So like I get it. Like I'm not like upset. So I'm just kind of like yeah, okay. I'm sure this will get sorted out. Yeah, I think I do mention like I'm traveling with my friends, and Garrett Viacourt has a pass given to us by the
Yes, I was told about that by one of my desk
Yes.
workers. And yet, this has all been very curious. Have not heard anything about this from the Regent-elect.
I mean, he is busy at the moment with trying to find the poor Robins. There's a quarantine happening down at...
Yes, I have gathered. I know about that. I know what I'm keeping an eye out for, something that you should not. Which I assume you don't, but, But what is this? You can make yourself look like different things? Is that so?
Yes, I am an illusionist, and also the man who came through here is an illusionist.
That is very curious. I think my guards, my men here would agree. That is very curious that a man comes through here saying he's an illusionist after committing crimes. Would this not be a good...
A good alibi, a good cover. I totally get that. Given the information that you have, I completely understand why you would think that I've done this.
And you are the one who I spoke with, the gentleman at the front. You were the one who paid for all the rooms.
Yes.
Not but a
correct.
few hours after someone was reported with your visage to have stolen all of the coin from some farmers.
Yes, I have my coins because I sold some gems in what was the town? In Milo Harbor, before we traveled up here.
You have a very convenient answer for everything, Mr.
My name is Rohan, Sylvia. I have a convenient answer because it's very easy to tell the truth.
Yes,
wouldn't
but
be a
it
lot
does
more
take time
suspicious
to
if I-
verify it. And
I'm
you
happy-
also apparently are working with someone who has given you free reign to travel to find this person. You don't find that the least bit curious? That you're giving me things that will take days or weeks to verify with other locations, other towns, other guards, while you should just be allowed free roam?
I don't find it curious because I know that everything I'm saying is the truth. I am not coming up with answers that are convenient for me to get past you because I haven't been planning on getting past you for the past few weeks or anything. I was yesterday in Puente Min, and this man disguised himself as me and killed 6 Beacon Knights and a Bright, and then absconded with 2 horses. By the way, he has 2 horses. I don't. You can go check the stable or whatever.
It is very
Hopefully
easy
you
to
would've-
hide horses.
Sure. I'm just pointing out that is at least one piece of evidence in my favor that I'm not this person.
How do I know they were not fake? You say you're an illusionist?
I wouldn't be able to ride a fake horse. I don't think I could. I mean, that's not within my power, at least. I don't know if more skilled illusionists have that ability, but I don't. But I understand. I have been sent to chase this man because I know what he looks like. I'm aware of everything that happened back at Puentemin, and my companions and I are all competent travelers and are able to hold our own in a fight or, a confrontation. Also because this man used my magic to disguise himself as me, and it's made me weaker until I'm able to find him and bring him back and have him brought to justice, have him release my magic from his grasp.
She gives the most skeptical look at, it's my magic, but it wasn't me.
Yeah, I know how this sounds. I can't give you a better story than the truth.
Honestly, I
so-
think you would be able to if you were lying. I hope that you were telling the truth, because that would mean a lot less paperwork, and I would have to assign guards and have you escorted all the way back to Vicania, or all the way back to Artavishte. It would be a lot more work if you are lying.
I mean, I'm not, so that's all I can tell you. If you'd like to speak to all of my companions and maybe do like a, interrogate us all separately and see if our stories line up, I'm sure they'll confirm everything that I say. You can make sure that you can keep me in custody and make sure that I don't have a chance to tell them anything. Maybe that'll help. But
She just kind of shrugs her shoulders. Well, for the night you are going to be under the proverbial lock and key. So, your choice of establishment is a little bit more questionable, but I'm sure the Bastion Brijuste here can take care of your every need just as well as the riverbed could.
Sure.
Wants, probably not, but needs. Of course, we will reimburse you the difference if it is so well and truly accurate to your... At this point, she brings you into the Bastion, and she motions to a couple of the other Ducal guards here. I need 2 people at all times keeping an eye on the other 7 people that have arrived that are at the riverbed along with this gentleman. They will be able to give you a description there. Report any movements that they have. Now, I am sorry, Mr.
Rohan,
Sylvia?
Sylvia. Yes.
It was Captain Sophie Laurent. I handle the guards here in the lovely little town of Dole Sari, and I do truly hope that you are who you say you are and not some criminal who is making some insane gamble at these lies, because they will be unraveled.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I wish it was under better circumstances. I also hope that you're able to verify that I'm telling the truth as quickly as possible. I'm happy to stay here for the night. Hopefully, I mean, we do ideally need to travel as soon as possible because we are chasing this man, but I understand that you're going to keep me as long as you
Yes,
need to keep
so
me.
I have heard.
Yeah, I understand. Hopefully you're able to verify everything soon. I'm happy to stay here, but if it's okay with you, I would love to get to sleep. I've had quite a long day. We've been trying to push and travel as quickly as possible so that we can catch up to this guy since he's traveling on 2 horses and we have a whole, caravan and we don't
Yes, I
really-
unfortunately do not believe there is anything short of the Duchess herself who would be able to get you 8 horses to hunt
No,
with.
of course. And we're not expecting that, but we were hoping that we'd be able to at least catch him while he was still in Ordovista, which is where he's headed. So, by the way, his name is Osmond McBrown, in case that helps with you verifying who he is and everything.
Is that so? And he told you his name?
Yes. I mean, I guess it could be false, but I don't think it is. I have the ability to read minds sometimes, and it didn't seem like he was...
At that, you see her motion to one of the guards who quickly heads out of the Brijuste.
I couldn't cast any more magic right now if I wanted to, so it's... I mean, obviously...
I am no
you can't
mage,
really take my
so
word.
I am not going to, unfortunately, be able to take your word for it.
I understand, but yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, it didn't seem like he was lying. Of course, I could be wrong, but the name that I was given was Osmond McBrown, and he told us to call him Ozzy.
She raises an eyebrow at that as well.
Yeah. We initially met him because he had a plan to get us across the bridge, past the quarantine, and he, upon reading his mind, like I mentioned, I realized that he was planning on killing these Beacon Knights and Brights. So my friends and I sort of gracefully extricated ourselves from the situation and went and warned them as quickly as possible, but it seems that he realized that we warned them. I don't know if we were trailed or he read my mind back or what, but because I had gone and warned them, he then used he disguised himself as me to, gain their trust and stuff. So that's why he's in disguise as me. But obviously, this is all a very complicated story that you have no way of verifying. So it's fine. Just I'm sure you do good investigative work and you'll verify as much as you can. So I'll be here for the night.
You say a lot of words, Mr. Sylvia, for someone who is in your position.
I like to approach things logically, and I figure that the more information I give you, the better you can verify what I'm saying. The more verifiable details you'll have. If that requires talking a lot, then I guess I do talk a lot.
Right, well. And at this point, guides you to a cell. It has a nice wooden bed with a feather pillow and 2 sheets and a blanket. It is honestly, like, nicer than some inns you've stayed in.
Right. Okay. I don't know if Garrett's still awake, but assuming that, I still have the earring, and I'm assuming, unless they confiscated it, so I would let him know, like, hey, I'm in jail. Just, I didn't do anything, but...
Would this have
Everybody-
happened before or after I got back to the inn?
After. This was after midnight.
Okay.
So you were asleep?
Garrett's out, yeah.
Yeah,
Fair
because
enough.
this was like an hour after, because they had to coordinate all the information and then get...
Sure. All right, well, I go to sleep then. What am I going to do?
With that... Strieg, you and Frey have a bit of a walk down by the Belle Jour. It is a fairly quiet night, all things considered. Overcast with the occasional opening of the clouds, but not enough to really let the brightness of the stars break through. Sounds of the Belle Jour are the only thing in the night.
I think despite the cold, Frey is going to sit down, kind of look out for a while. Definitely a tension going through him until finally he's just gonna start crying.
Streak will have sat down next to Frey when he first sat. And when he notices him crying, he will just tentatively reach out and place a hand on his knee. Nothing else, just very lightly.
He just starts crying harder. And he is going to do that until I think he has cried himself out.
Keep the hand on his knee.
And he'll just give Strieg, I think, a kind of sheepish look. Just... I suppose I'll head back now. Thanks for the company.
You too. Try and get a little sleep.
I'll try. You too.
We'll see.
But yeah, and I think with that, Frey will stand up, brushing some of the dirt off of his legs, and he will head back to the inn.
Street
back-
will probably stay out for a little bit longer and then head back.
Then I think when Frey gets back to the room and he finds Rohan gone, like, okay, is there like any kind of like clear sign of like a struggle, or is it like just like, you know, Rohan's like blankets are like, you know, kicked back?
His blankets are kicked back. He looks like he woke up and didn't make his bed.
Okay, yeah, Frey's gonna assume he stepped out to take care of personal business, and he's gonna go to bed.
And, Strieg, you eventually get back and head to bed, too?
Yeah, I'd probably go to bed, and it's probably not much sleep to be had. Lots of tossing and turning, but yeah.
It is the worst night of sleep you have ever had. You are awake every 15 minutes, having dream after dream after dream. There is one where you follow Cassie to a party and shoot her through the neck. There is one where you both walk hand in hand some Espectrum wedding ceremony, and she turns and looks at you, stabs you in the throat. There is one where you are given a job, told this is what you have to deal with. There's an account that needs to be handled, as you have been so many times before. And when you get there, it's Cassie, and you still feel that cold need to do the job. But as you're getting ready to pull the trigger, she turns, stares directly at you, stabs her own chest, tearing her heart out, holding it, still beating towards you. And after each and every dream, you awaken in another cold sweat. You gain none of the benefits of a night's rest, and instead gain a point of system strain. Come on.
Yay!
Whose idea was it to give Molly the the dream catcher thing?
Look, people keep letting me make decisions and then getting mad at me when I make them, okay?
To be fair, it was Frey saying he didn't want it, and then Molly saying, I'll take it, and no one saying anything else.
Fair enough, fair enough.
So, with that, it is another morning in Vicania. It is a morning in Dole Sari. And as you guys awaken and start to head down, there are 2 Ducal guards who flag you down, requesting your presence at the Bridgeust regarding some incidents the night before.
I will immediately reach out to Rohan via thought. And is he awake?
I'm awake.
I'm like, hey, there's some guards here asking us to meet at the local garrison. Are you still in your room?
No,
I
I'm
don't
there.
see you down here.
I'm in a cell.
Oh.
It's fine.
Okay.
I'm cooperating.
All right.
Just tell them the truth, and hopefully we'll be out of here soon.
Yep. I've got the writ on me and everything. And I was thinking about what you said about the letters.
Mm-hmm.
And I might have an idea on that. I will fill you in when we get there.
Okay. Sounds good.
Rowan, you are given a breakfast of pancakes, bacon, and extra butter. The pancakes seems to be seasoned with... Yeah.
Okay. I'll take it.
The pancakes seem to have some light cinnamon-style seasoning. Pretty rare.
Wow.
You're having the same breakfast the captain is.
Great. Ronnie, you were saying something?
Yeah, so I think Frey is coming down from the room at this point, looking fairly put together, although definitely a bit rough around the edges this morning. But coming down, he'll kind of look around, be like, has anybody seen Rowan? Rowan.
He's in prison. And we're going to prison to meet people, including probably Rohan.
Oh.
These fine guards here have asked us to come to the prison to meet the captain.
Oh yes, you're one of those two I ran into last night, huh?
Oh, yes.
Curious, you don't come across as a murdering, thieving dirtbag to me, but stranger things, I suppose.
That's because we're after the murdering, thieving
Yes,
dirtbag.
so I've heard. A joke. I'm a pretty good judge of character, and from what I would say, I have to be good at something. Trust me, I'm not good with the sword. I kid, but really, I'm more of a middleman.
Last night you seemed to be doing a wonderful job. Very, certainly made me feel safer, knowing
yes.
that you were keeping an eye out.
A man in
for-
uniform walking the streets, truly all you need to make Vicania feel better than the rest of the world.
Precisely.
Don't let my secret out, love. And he gives a little wink and motions for you guys to like hurry it up.
Right. I think we'll skip breakfast for now and get over there as we kind of need to get Rohan out. Have you seen Strig yet?
I think Streak probably would have already been down there before anyone else.
Oh, that's right, because he didn't sleep, right?
Yes.
All right. Let's all head over there.
How is
Let's
Mira
go
looking
get our
this morning?
Rohan back.
Oh yeah, how is Mira looking?
Well, apparently her cheek is very red.
Like, it has a very indented slap handprint on it.
She's very quiet.
Are you okay?
Yes. How many hours has it been, by the way?
Since the clusterfuck of the night before?
Yes.
Probably about 10 or 12. Probably 12.
Okay. It matters.
Yeah, I know. Time is always important.
Frey definitely looks at Mira with a bit of concern. Is that from?
I mean, would that even have lasted? Given the circumstances?
Probably not. Cassie doesn't hit that hard. All things considered, probably not. Like, no. I'm sorry. It definitely wouldn't have. You're right.
Maybe a little red.
Yeah.
Just a touch. But otherwise, she just looks very subdued.
I think Frey will walk a little behind Mira. Definitely wants to say something, but if they're going to, see guards and stuff, he'll wait.
So, yeah. The other guard who is escorting you is much quieter and seemingly either more professional or intent on shooting down any runners, but is keeping about a 10-foot berth behind you with a crossbow drawn but not pointed. And the Ducal guardsman, he just kind of... I mean, this... assuming your story's true and all of that, I'll need to expect that you're on some special mission by the region elect, and what, you're gonna be making your way, what, hunting down this a kind of like Aussie fellow?
Yep, that's the plan.
There's got to be a better way to handle that. You can't just go into every town and be wandering in and saying, "Oh, have you seen my friend? He looks just like this horrible murderer," and then having to do this whole song and dance. Is that really your plan?
You know what? That's actually a pretty good point. I don't think we got quite that far, planning wise, as of last night. We were still a little upset from what we had seen him do at Buentenmin. So I think we were just kind of running on that before we had a chance to sit down and think.
And honestly, I hadn't expected his stolen face to last so long.
That too.
I think
Something
over the
about
year
phrase.
it lasts forever.
Oh, Rohan just said that it will last until it is dispelled. So basically for forever.
Oh, Irish the thought. That's quite awful. Couldn't imagine anyone running around with this mean mug all day. And he like frames his face with like his thumb and forefinger just like right on his chin and gives a little smile, mostly at Frey.
You're certainly one of a kind.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't be right having two of you about.
I mean, I just couldn't imagine anyone borrowing my face, especially not for an indeterminate amount of time, but hey, all that aptitude's way above me, love, so we got our things, and you know what I'm good at? I'm good at talking to people and looking professional.
I can tell right off the bat.
He does look professional.
If I say, William Abney, at your service. But my friends don't call me Billy.
You said they don't.
I said they don't.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Abney, it's a pleasure. I'm Frey Varrock. And
Mr.
he'll kind of,
Varrock, the pleasure is all mine.
He gives a smile at that, and then he'll gesture to the rest to introduce themselves.
I will stick out my hand for a handshake and say, Garrett Viacourt, at your service. And I will also think at...
Mr. Viacourt?
Mm-hmm.
What
think
is
at
it you
Rohan.
could provide for me as a service? I'm sorry, you think at Rohan.
I think at Rohan, Frey's flirting with the guards again.
I was gonna say, can I make an intuit check over the earring to see if this man's flirting with Frey?
You cannot make an intuit check over the earring.
Damn.
Yeah, people are flirting with Frey again. Well,
Frey is just like a shell of a man, and it's just like, wow, you're real sweet or whatever. Just like, okay.
Yeah.
Frey just
yeah, that's...
banished a man to the Shadow Realm yesterday.
That is a good question, Mr. Abernath, there, as to what I can do for you right now. Little limited, but more than happy to help in whatever way we can. which is not very specific, I know.
It really isn't.
It really isn't. I apologize. It's the expression, you know, at your
That's
service.
quite alright. Don't you worry your little head about it. We'll get all this sorted out and all be good, all be great.
Well, what you mentioned last night with people going missing in the fields, do you think that has anything to do with the man we're chasing?
I don't think so. It's been happening for weeks, and from what I gather, he just kind of showed up last night. More than weeks, really. But weeks we've been investigating it since we really confirmed something. First I thought it was just some lovers' quarrel, people heading out, but, well, talk to the captain about it. Now, he holds a finger up, and, like, he starts to point to Frey, and then he points to Garrett. You know, if you really are at our service, perhaps, you know, if your esteemed mage friend, Mr. Sylvia, is able to be such a great mage as he seems to talk himself up to be to the captain, perhaps he could help us with it. I know you're in a hurry, but... And he just kind of gives a shrug like he doesn't have another reason.
Well, I mean, why don't you fill us in a little bit so that when we get there, we can see if it's something he can help with.
Of course.
Also,
well,
he can hear basically anything that I hear, so you'll be
that's
filling
really
him
concerning.
into
How do you
it.
get laid with that?
Well, seeing as how my wife is in Artivishte, I don't. Because I'm not in Artivishte.
So, love, when you get back to her, does he, like, hear it, or how does that work?
Well, we haven't gotten back to her since I've met him, but it's a pretty easy way to...
it's like, I apologize, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was like that.
Yeah. No, it's a pretty easy to
Of course,
resolve
look,
the situation.
I'm not one to judge. I mean, not one to judge at all. I've had my fair share of weird things like that.
I think he thinks we're sleeping together.
That's on him. I think that's on him.
Fair enough. Although you are a public figure, so if this man starts spreading rumors that you're having an affair...
My wife knows me well enough to know that I wouldn't.
Okay. I mean, I know your wife does. Does everybody else?
I guess that's a good point. That's a good point. Just to clarify, I'm not with him at all. He's joining us on the road to...
Look, I just said I'm not a judge. Maybe it's just... Look, one time, me and my ex-boyfriend, we paid a bunch of people to watch us at park one night. I'm not going to judge.
All right, understandable. And as long as you
Sometimes
had
these
fun,
things
good
happen.
for you and him.
Exactly. So if you want someone to listen to you, that's fine. Whatever you want to do, love. We're not here to judge, especially here in Vacation.
True. But no, the connection would be disconnected for such a situation. I'm not going to tell him about the earring, but there is a way to disconnect ourselves. But anyways, back to that problem you were having.
Frey suddenly kind of like, you know, he's half listening to this conversation. He, you know, he's definitely still a little distracted and kind of, you know, zoning out if someone's not like addressing him directly. But like, it suddenly clicks, and he looks back at Garrett and says, "Were you connected with Rohan last night?"
Last night? When? Yeah.
Oh, all right. Right. Okay.
Were you awake when I was talking to Frey?
Highly unlikely.
Yeah. I think I would think back at you like you might want to mention that you were asleep when me and Frey were talking.
I was asleep at the time that you were talking with Rohan. Rohan did let me know that it was roughly at X time, or whatever time it was that you were talking would have been what I said, because I don't know what time it was. But I was already asleep by then, so I didn't hear whatever it was you were talking about.
Okay. It's so easy to forget about that thing. I can't believe you sleep with it on.
You get used to it. But what was that problem you were having troubles with?
Who was that towards?
William.
Guard, William.
I mean, you mean with the people disappearing?
Yeah,
Like I said,
exactly.
it's not so much like they're. I don't know all the ins and outs. I've been kind of like investigating it in my downtime. I'm not really busy, which isn't often because I do work like pretty late at night. Like I'm generally like midday to late at night, so don't get a lot of time to be talking to people. But when I do, I tend to try and find what I can. I like being the eyes and ears of the Detour guard these days. Not quite bright or nothing, but I gotta make do.
You have heart doing all that when you're off.
I don't have a lot. I mean, ever since me and my ex-boyfriend broke up, I mean, enough about me. So, Mr. Gary, you said that you're married. What about you, Mr. A? Kind of like snaps his fingers a couple times while motioning towards Frey. Married as well?
Oh, no, not at all. Not tied down in the slightest.
Oh, lovely. Couple of men just unable to find love. It's just truly heartbreaking, isn't it?
I will think at Rohan. Oh, he is hardcore hitting up.
Yeah,
Frey
he
right
is
now.
laying it on.
Just drop the whole X as in I'm recently single.
Yeah.
Are you married? You're not married? Oh no.
Wow, would you look at that? We're both single. What a
Single, yes.
coincidence.
Garrett is doing his best to not laugh or chuckle, basically doing his best to keep a straight face right now.
Rohan is laughing out loud in the cell.
So Frey definitely does not have his heart in this conversation right now, but he knows how to play along. And he just goes, well, I'm still waiting for the rare fellow to catch my eye.
Oh, well, sometimes you just have to keep your eyes peeled. Sometimes you find them in the, strangest places. Like, I mean, I generally find my men in the middle of the night when I'm looking, because that's why I'm not looking. That's why I always have my best luck.
Of course, always have to. You never know when you might stumble upon opportunity.
He kind of like thumbs back at Streeg, who I imagine is less than interested in this conversation.
Not paying attention at all.
He kind of points back and forth between Frey and Streeg. Oh, what's going on with you two? I thought you were cute last night, going out for a nice stroll in the middle of the night.
A few friends enjoying the night air. Really just couldn't sleep, trying to walk it off.
Yeah, there are some nice places I could show you tonight that are probably a little bit better, especially with all this overcastness going on.
Do you really think all this trouble that Rohan is, it will take that long?
I think if you're interested, we can make it take longer.
Whoa.
Oh my god!
Whoa. He is bold.
Thirsty.
Yeah.
Bold move.
Okay, Frey will reply back with a slightly sly smile. Well, I suppose there's always a silver lining. That would be a shame if Rohan will be stuck in a jail cell.
Trust me, he's not gonna be stuck in a jail cell the whole time. I'm sure it might just be a matter of you need to help out with our missing people. I could give you a couple of days, right, love? We can figure out exactly what the best spot in the town is, from your point of view.
Of course, and it's always good to have someone near who knows the lay of the land.
He gives a nod.
All the best
and
places.
let me tell you, no one knows about a lay of anything quite like me.
Jesus Christ. Just so you know, I'm great at fucking.
Mira
Jesus
has
Christ.
started
Garrett.
to pay attention and is looking confused.
Garrett can't help himself but laugh a little at that one. He tries to disguise it as a cough.
I mean, even Abney's laughing at this point.
Oh, well, I suppose we'll have to wait and see.
I'm a big fan of the unknown. Now then, and he finishes guiding you to the Brijuste, where you all arrive. And the 7 of you, because of course Cassie, Roland, and Molly also have to be there, are guided in, and then essentially sat down, and you can see a couple of the morning shift guards currently finishing up a breakfast of bacon and pancakes with extra butter. Abney heads over and lets someone know, just kind of, the rest of the interviews are here. Could you let the captain know, please? Oh. And he kind of, bends down, and as he does, he's just, he's bent down at, a 90-degree angle while he's leaning on the desk talking to this guy. And, he just kind of, make it quick. They're busy, and, they gotta have some stuff they gotta do later today, so we don't really want to keep them, especially if they're gonna be leaving. And he kind of stands back up and gives you guys a thumbs up. I'll be done with you quick. Hopefully get you out of here sooner rather than later.
That'd be wonderful.
Indeed.
A moment later, the captain comes out and introduces herself as Captain Sophie Laurent, head of the Ducal Guard of Dole Sari. Now, I believe, and she kind of turns to a few of you and then points to Garrett, that you have the paperwork that interests me. Is that
Yes,
so?
I will proceed to take the paper out of the pocket in my jacket and unfold it and hand it over to her. And it's probably unlikely that I have heard of her, correct?
A guard captain out in the boonies.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, She wasn't the guard captain when you came through here last, at least as far as
Okay.
you know. She seems to be a
Fair.
fairly new one, but I mean, it also tracks with her being young. She can't be more than in her 30s.
There.
She kind of like looks it over, and I will just need one moment to verify this. I wish we had more breakfast to offer you. Unfortunately, between the temporary prisoners, the guards, we have run out of food already, pretty much. And she goes through and spends a few minutes and kind of like, you can see she's like comparing writing, and then she kind of like is checking on the wax seal. Right, so tell me about your friend, Mr. Sylvia, please.
Well, so it all started way back in Leshka.
All right, the shorter version, please.
All right. So we'll fast forward through all that. He's been with us for several months now.
All right, the faster version, please. I
and
have heard plenty
basically-
of words from Mr. Sylvia already.
Yeah. So basically, we were coming up from the port, from Milo Harbor. We ran into this guy, Ozzy, Ozzy, and he basically we found out that there's a quarantine at this town of Pointamin. We were trying to get through. He told us he had a plan to try to get us through. I believe Rohan may have already told you that he can read minds, correct?
He told me a lot of things.
Okay, I'm just trying to remember what he may have filled me in on. But
I'm sorry, filled you in on.
we have a way to communicate remotely.
Of course you do.
Internally groans.
Yeah. So essentially, he read this guy's mind and found out that part of his plan involved basically killing his way through the quarantine. We were not okay with that, so we alerted the guards and the two brights that were on station that this individual would try that. And as such, wanted to have them be aware and put extra caution into their patrols and everything. Unfortunately, he appears to have some form of magic of his own, wherein he I don't even know the best way to put this. He somehow drew power from or stole some of our friend's power to cast a disguise upon himself and another man. And he made himself look like our friend and the other man look like a guard, and set them to come after us at they had a little campsite just to the side of the city where they were putting all the travelers who were trying to get through the quarantine until it lifted. So the guard showed up there, and we were able to dispel the illusion on the individual who had been impersonating a guard, at which point we rapidly returned to the bridge leading into town, where we found a scene of multiple dead guardsmen and a dead bright. In result of this, we felt that although we did warn the guards that maybe there could have been more we could have done to stop him. So we told the regent-elect that we would attempt to stop this man and prevent this from happening again. He provided the writ and some supplies,
Lovely. I think I see where this is going. I did receive a missive from the regent-elect this morning letting me know already and confirming your story. I just wanted to make sure. I was going to cut your friend loose, but he seemed like he was enjoying breakfast. And frankly, it was punishment for how much he said to me last night that I couldn't even keep up with. The man could not keep his mouth shut for more than about 4 seconds.
He's surprised.
Yeah.
Complain that I told too much to them.
I am not gonna relay that thought back to the officer, but like, he's not right. You know when to stay quiet.
But either way, I have already spoken. I think we can have a mutually beneficial agreement here.
She also hitting on Frey.
Mr. Abney here had a very wonderful suggestion. He had mentioned that you all are probably going to be getting accosted every time you come across a place that this gentleman borrowing your friend's face does something at. And they're going to need to verify your identity. He volunteered to go along with you. Escort you, make sure to be able to confirm your story.
Well, if you can spare him, I'm sure we would appreciate having someone with his experience along.
Of course, but I would like you to do something for me. We have been having some disappearances the last month or so.
He had mentioned that.
Always out in the farms. Mostly the wheat fields have not been harvested yet. All the people hoping for that late harvest. Get them as big as they can. Whatever, I don't know. I'm from... And she kind of like coughs a little bit and just... I'm from Artifice. I don't understand this town life quite a lot.
No, I mean, you have it pretty spot on. You want to make sure that you can get the harvest in as late as you can. But you don't want to wait too late. Otherwise, it starts to rot on the vine and everything. So it's an interesting game there. You got to play with it.
Yes, well, either way, there have been people disappearing around the various farms and things that still have cover, if you will. We don't know what's been happening, but she
Roughly
purses her lips.
Roughly how many of these farms have been affected?
It's just not necessarily the farms or the farmers even. Just people. But last week we found a body. It was shriveled up huskily. That was a day after Big Red's son went missing. Just night before last. Lord
Who was
Alamy
that to it?
went missing as well. And if you could speak with Mr. Drake's Jude, the poor boy has been scared. He won't leave the bastion here. I believe he may have seen something, but He has not really spoken much, just talking about a scary figure that... She shakes her head. If you all could look into that, I could spare Mr. Abney for the extent of your journey to Artifice.
Certainly sounds good. Do the rest of you have any questions or concerns before we make this agreement?
As you look, Cassie has already left.
Well, no concerns from me. I think it will be quite helpful to have Mr. Aberney along. Especially if...
I don't know if that was a good leaving from Cass or a bad leaving from Cass.
No? Beard seems still confused a bit, but nobody
Just
else said
shrugs.
no, so... or nobody else said yes, so...
Wait, did nobody hear me?
No? What
Oh.
did you say?
Frey was just saying that he thought that was a very good idea, and it would be very helpful to have Mr. Aberney along to, especially because that fellow is still going around impersonating Rohan and causing all kinds of trouble.
Oh, no, I did hear that. I was saying that Mira is saying no to do you have any other concerns?
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was what I meant, sorry, if that was not clear.
As Frey voices his approval, coming from the other side of the back, Mr. Abney just kind of circles around a desk and, happy that we have your approval, love. Always love to hear it. And, well, let me tell you, every relationship with me is going to be a fruitful one.
What does the captain look like with this?
She is very nonplussed.
Okay.
She does not seem at all surprised by what is happening.
Okay. This is very blatant flirting on the job.
This is Vicadia.
There ain't no HR here.
Especially if the captain's coming from Artivista. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if we could get Rohan back, maybe we could at least get some breakfast to get a
She
proper
turns
start
towards
to the day.
Abney. You were supposed to go get him, I thought. Oh, about that. I kind of forgot. Well, go get... of course. I'll go get him.
What is okay?
And he quickly kind of, like, shuffles back to the back. And, like, before he heads through the door, he, like, turns back to you guys and, like, gives, like, a half thumbs up and almost misses the door as he's going to hit it. Like, slams his arm into it, just, ow, ow. Thumbs up and smiles again.
This man is a lot. I guess if he makes Frey happy.
We'll allow it.
I'm quite entertained.
Okay. As long as someone likes it. Great. Am I rejoining?
A little while later, after you've finished your breakfast, they bring you a glass of wine to wash it down with. It is a very smooth white wine.
Nice.
It is not super high end or anything, but it is a white wine to wash it down with. And,
Yeah, I'll take it.
you see a guard who kind of comes out and, hi there, my name is Mr. William Abney. Seems I might be traveling with you lot for a little while, making sure you don't get into any more of these scuffs.
Okay.
And he unlocks the door, and So I do have some questions. You and what is his name, Mr. Viacourt, can talk to each other in your heads? How does that work?
Yeah, the earring, I gestured to the earring, lets us share our
Can
thoughts.
anyone use that?
Yeah,
Christ. Sorry.
yeah, anyone can use it.
That's interesting, but may I?
Oh my god.
Would you mind if I ask Garrett first, just to make sure that
I
he's
assumed
okay
that
with
you
it?
already had.
Oh, right. Of course I can.
I wouldn't care.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, I hand it to him.
Lovely, now I just need to go get the other one.
I mean, you'll be able to. Okay. If you put it in now, you'll be able to share your thoughts with Garrett. It's sort of you share it with the person who is wearing
Well,
the other.
I kind of gathered that's why I was asking about the other one.
Who
Come on,
are you?
let's get out of here. It'll be fun. You ever try wear
Okay.
both of them at once? Can you think about what you're thinking about? Can you
God.
hear your own thoughts?
I've never tried it, but I
I
assume
would
you
not
would just
recommend that.
be thinking your own thoughts. But okay.
Oh, well,
Um,
I am curious. Like, as he's walking back, how's Frey feel about these things? He motions the earring in his hand.
I'm trying to remember. I mean, I don't think you like him, right? Is that correct?
That is correct. Frey has expressed his distaste.
Yeah. He's not really a fan.
Oh, is he like really just kind of not interesting things, or is it magic that leads him out, or?
No, I mean he does magic himself. He's
Oh,
a very fascinating person. It's just it's a little weird to have all of your thoughts shared back and forth. It's not really a conscious or like a intentional thing. It shares all of your thoughts and not just the ones you want to share. So it's sort of a weird experience.
Oh, is he not into weird?
You'd have to ask him that.
Okay, consider shrugs. Like, oh, that's fair. Thank you, love. He gives you a pat on the shoulder and finishes bringing you out.
I think I just give the others a look like, "Ee, this man." Okay.
Welcome to Artavishte.
Yeah.
Well, Vicania in this case, but
Yeah.
And with that, you are all together.
Great.
I'm gonna have to get some things ready And at this point, the captain so do we have a deal? I will send Mr. Abney with you all. Can spare him for at least a couple of weeks. Make sure you're able to help cut through some of the bureaucracy.
yeah, I would say we have a deal. We help you out with the missing people, and in return, we get our friend here to help guide us through the.
Even just pointing us in
bureaucracy.
the right direction would more than appreciate it. But
Sure.
keep him away from a fight. That is not exactly.
Yeah, he did mention that his swordmanship was secondary to his people skills.
And she just face palms and just rubs her face, or her palm down her face. I'm supposed to put on United. It's fine. She kind of like leans a little bit closer. Honestly, if you guys want to keep him, you can.
That's okay, thanks.
Yeah, I think that very much depends on our friend Frey here between you and me.
She just, please, whatever you have a report, I would appreciate it. Mr. Abney, prepare for. I don't know. Get ready for tomorrow morning. I don't know how long this is going to take. And he just, of course, Captain, I'll have my things packed within the hour. I have the utmost confidence in their ability to get this done very quickly.
Can we start after breakfast?
Yes, breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
Sorry, we all already had breakfast. We did bring you in before you could eat, didn't we? Oh, jeez.
Oh, no apologies necessary. I'm glad that we've got Rohan back safe and sound.
I don't think
I'm
I'll let
glad
anything happen to him.
While we're getting ready for breakfast, is there somewhere that I would be able to send a letter or two from?
As at this point, the captain begins to and then immediately Abney cuts her off. Oh, actually, we don't have a proper postal service here in Dole Sari, but the Berjuice here can handle it, and more often than not, I'm gonna be one of the ones who kind of handles that sort of paperwork.
Ah, perfect. Well then, I will need
You
some
can
paper.
see the gentleman currently behind the desk is pursing their lips and just shaking their head no.
Well then, apparently I'm getting conflicting information here. If I provide my own paper and everything, would you guys be able to at least attach it to a bird flying to Artavishte?
At this point, the captain just... Mr. Abney is very fond of your companion, Mr. Frey here, and is putting his foot into his proverbial mouth time and time again. We do have the ability to handle these things. He is just not normally the one to do so.
Ah, I see. Well, this is in relation to the larger case at hand with Ozzy there. So I just have a couple contacts in Artavishte I want to
Of course, we'll
warn
be able to get the information out.
them about. So I will write a couple of letters to, let's see if I can remember their names. To the Marcus Durrett, the former guard captain, and who else? What the hell? I'll send one to my friend Stacia as well. And for just shits and giggles, I'll include Cornelius too. My friend Cornelius. We'll get that going. The hell.
Anyway, so
I figure
with
he might know some people.
The rest of the day is yours. An investigation underfoot. Underway. I said underway and afoot, and instead I said underfoot. So yeah.
Well, the investigation is afoot.
I said underfoot.
I know. But it is afoot.
So, yeah. You've been given at least 3 leads. What do you guys want to do? It is mid-morning. You can head back to the lovely riverbed and have some breakfast.
I mean, while we're here, I would like to investigate the guy who's hiding out in the garrison. I think maybe Phrase might want to help talk with him. And then if someone else in the other party wants to have the earring, that way we can kind of coordinate. They can either go right to breakfast or maybe check out one of the other locations.
It seems like the earrings are going to Frey and William. No,
Frey is not wearing that earring.
I mean you're gonna have to tell him that. I don't know what. I'm fine with you not wearing it.
Yeah,
I'm not the
same.
one you have to convince. This is your boyfriend.
Oh no.
Oh,
no.
definitely not.
Uh-oh, looks like we have some trouble in paradise.
It really feels like when a kid wants to get a pet and their dad is like, no, because I'm gonna end up feeding and walking him and you're never gonna take care of him. And it's like,
So,
hey, you want to bring him, you can bring him, but I'm not gonna be the one who's telling him you're moving too fast.
oh. With that, as you guys begin your investigation, finish up having some breakfast, and prepare for a very busy day, all things considered. Another wrench in the proverbial plans of the Fortune's Accord, but this one hopefully with a bit more assistance. This one with a little bit more ability to help rather than just slow you down. And hopefully with those additional doors being able to be opened, perhaps your hunt for this Ozzy, this Osman, this horrifying murderous fugitive, and your eventual goal of Artavishta go that much quicker. But for now, here in the mid-morning, in the lovely little town of Dole Sari, as you plan about your day, as you try and enjoy the last bastion of warmth for the year, as you decompress from a tense situation the evening before, as you finally have a new friend with some more influence, we will go ahead and end tonight's session.
Nice.
This is a really good place. I didn't want to start the investigation with 10 minutes and then be like, let's end it now. So
Ray, no one important died, but everyone's freaked out about that person's death. Except, well, all the player characters are freaked out about that person's death.
Indeed.
oh, what
Yeah.
a
Yes.
lovely session.
I fucking hate that stupid jar, Robert.
Why?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I love that jar.
That was fun.
I feel like I should know what that jar is from, but I can't place its reference.
I have no idea where it's from.
Oh, I don't know either. I just hate it.
Let's try Googling creepy face jar.
That's just gonna give you a pot of greed. This session had everything. It had character development. It had depression. It had Mira getting slapped over and over again.
It had people falling into an inky black void forever and ever.
And it also had the party getting a new boyfriend.
The Shadow Realm. Hey, he's not the party's boyfriend.
It's Frey's boyfriend.
Don't put that responsibility on us.
Oh my gosh.
We have.
I like how all of us are over it already. We're going to be traveling with this man for 4 or 5 days. At
Yeah,
least.
it was like,
I
this is
like-
fun. Then you find out it was his idea to travel with you guys.
I like how back at the very beginning when it was just Lee, Adarsh, and I, and we picked up Cass and Bex and Molly, And Robert is like, "Wow, you guys are collecting NPCs, huh?" And here we are now with
You're up to 4.
we've got Cass and Roland and Molly and now William. We just keep collecting NPCs.
William is not a permanent addition. I'm telling that right now. Just want to make that very clear.
I mean, he's probably gonna catch an arrow at some point. To be honest,
One can
not
only
from
hope.
not from me, not from me. But
I really want Frey to protect him at one point.
I feel like
that's a trap.
It's always a trap.
I feel like William has the same vibe about Frey that Cassie does about Strieg, and I guess it's nice that Frey is more receptive.
Frey definitely doesn't mind the flirting. It's much more forward than he's used to.
Yeah.
But honestly though, a lot of it is he's just not in the mindset for it right now.
I know, that's what made it so fucking funny.
He's just playing along, but inside he's just like, oh my god, I just want to go back to bed.
Stop giving that poor man hope.
Alex, you just gave me a second jar. I'm so happy.
Fucking hate it.
Oh, what a session. Oh my god. I'm so sad that you guys, like, killed that dude rather than just leave Mira there.
We were gonna leave Mira.
Oh, I thought you'd leave it and, like, heist her out. I thought the plan was to heist her out. But,
I think we all... I assumed he would, like, kill her or something. You know, like, I didn't think he was gonna...
No, he wanted to fucking interview her first.
You can't kill me, I'm a bad bitch.
I mean, he definitely was like, she's going to pay for what she's done. Like, yes, he was going to ask questions maybe, but I don't know. It feels like a lot of faith to put in a guy who doesn't seem to be in control of his own decisions. Wild.
That man had a name and a backstory.
I'm sorry I murdered him.
That's fine.
That's okay.
His name was Samel Malaret.
You might learn some things later. We'll see.
Was there really a world where that went differently than it did?
Oh god, yeah. If you guys leave, he gets to have a really fun conversation with Mira where he, like, explain, like, depending on her roles, he could have, like, explained why he thought what he thought about her. Maybe she could have convinced him.
I don't know what you're fucking talking about, my guy. I don't know a damn thing.
No,
dude.
that man, he had a wife and children and a backstory and a name, and now he's just
he didn't have a wife and children. He
had a
his
family.
parents went missing.
Oh, his parents went missing.
His parents and his sister, I think.
Well, he had a sibling, and now he's just gone.
Now he's a murky. Now he drowned in the murky void of blackness with no evidence as to his ever existing.
Yep, we're just out here having Robert tear up his notes.
I've been looking for an opportunity to use that spell.
God, that's so horrifying.
Yeah. The flame shrine is cool as hell, though.
How long have you had that?
I have had it since you died.
So you got it when I died?
Yeah.
Okay. That was one of the things that you got from Captain, what's his name? Captain Waller?
Yep, that was part of the deal. Frey did not know that he got it, but I think he will figure out where it came from.
Robert, you bitch!
Why are you laughing? What is going on? Why are you laughing?
Because Captain Wallace was in the previous game-ish.
Alex, that was the context of what happened now, kind of.
Oh my god.
Alex knows an old version of the context of what happened.
Just don't ever trust Robert with anything, okay?
Yeah, apparently bad things happened in the previous game involving this particular character, and he's just kind of being inserted into here as well.
I mean, he's obviously evil anyway.
Yeah.
Talking about, he wanted to teach like Frey about his fun abilities and stuff.
Sure, Jan.
Okay.
He objectively did.
A little more than Frey bargained for.
Oh, I'm happy that Frey has a murder spell that can cover. Like, it's like the ultimate murder spell because there's no body, no proof, no murder.
Leave Frey alone. He's never done
To
anything
be clear,
wrong
I
in
don't
his
think
whole
that
life.
I don't think the spell itself
Ever.
says any of that. You just decided that. I mean, which is fair enough. But...
Yeah, like, why am I gonna tell you everything if you don't know it? Like, oh god. Well, until next week when you guys have to investigate missing persons.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I'm sorry, Alex. Would you rather me just leave Rowan in jail and then have 3 hours of a guard flirting with Frey instead?
I miss Chuck.
Who's Chuck?
Another NPC from another campaign. Because Alex doesn't like things that are new. She only wants things that are old.
But you have
like
Captain
it.
Wallace.
He's old! Sorry for yelling.
Yeah, but why do you hate him? He's old. You like old.
No, don't. I only like Chuck. I don't like anything else.
Listen, you guys can go see Chuck wherever you want.
Chuck is far away.
Yeah, the party was
We're
near
not
it.
even going that direction.
Before it was just the OG3. They were over there nearly. They nearly got to go see Chuck.
Was
Hey.
Chuck the poltergeist?
No. Chuck is the mayor of
somewhere I no longer live.
the mayor of Omen Harbor.
Oh, really?
That
Is he really the mayor?
Did we go to Omen Harbor?
No, you went to
I don't
Rakiri
think
Town.
so.
You would
Yeah,
remember.
we went to Rakiri Town. Omen Harbor was north of us.
You would remember if you went there.
Omen Harbor's fucked up. It's one of my favorite places.
Let's go, guys.
It's
Yeah.
on the
Drop
other side
everything
of the
and go to
continent,
Omen.
but yeah, sure. Let's just backtrack when we're so close to getting back to my
Backtrack
way.
all the way to Leshka.
It is so wild to like finally be this close to Artivista and then have somebody be like, "Oh, by the way, those guys are sociopaths." And it's like, oh,
All
right,
of that
well.
because Garrett rolled a fucking 12.
I
He
wish
could have
you'd
rolled an
done something
11.
before I came over here.
Oh. The first negative thing you've ever heard about the fucking Lucian Ray that isn't just, I fucking hate magic people.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, well, I'm gonna go to bed now.
Yeah, it has
Yeah.
been a swacky one.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Okay.
Swacky
All right.
one. Goodbye.
All right. Good night.
Goodbye.
Good
friends.
night.